Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Select Board meeting of Monday, April 25th, 2022. Call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Capello here.
Gibson.
Bailey here.
And Mantrek. Okay. Could we all rise and face the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Agenda review. I think one change to the agenda is item 7. Mr. Emery has asked not to be considered. I would like to suggest we remove item 7.
I'll make a motion to remove item 7.
Second. Made and seconded.
Aye.
Favor?
Aye.
Any other concerns or questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in communication with Representative Turcott, he expects to be here a little bit later in the meeting. And so he's asked that we consider his appointment with the board after such time that he gets here.
That sounds perfectly acceptable to me if it does to the rest of the group. Yes, you said that earlier. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Never mind. Sir.
I just would like to, on Article 13, I would just like to reiterate that I would like to go into non-public session for legal and for personnel.
Roger.
Thank you.
And do. All right. Anything to approve the amendments to this? We'll make Mr. Turcott's appearance when he arrives. Okay, next agenda item is public comment. That'd be anyone either here or online is welcome to make presentation to the board. Each person's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. So anyone here would like to make comments, please. Mr. Jeffrey, if you'll come up and give your name, address, so you can be heard by everyone.
Seeing if I stand up. Looks like it.
We have you in
There you are.
Stephen Jeffrey, 128 France Road, Barrington.
Sit if you'd like.
No, that's right. I'm gonna hand you this. If that's all right.
Very good. Thank you. We are limited to 3 minutes.
Yes, that's right. But
Yeah.
I'm not expecting an answer tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Town issued a building permit. Selectmen call it a private road. Every time I've talked about this, everybody says this has frontage on a private road. There is no private road there. That lot has no road.
Jeffries, where is this piece of property, please?
That's on McDaniel.
Plains Lake? No, it's, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, wrong.
On the flashlight?
And which lake? We didn't do that last time. did
Not you. This
Okay.
is your old.
Yeah, some time ago.
But it's relative, you guys have on your agenda private road.
we? So if it's not a private road and it's not a class 6 road, what is
There's
it?
no road. State law says the lot has to have frontage on a road, provides access to the lot. Can't use somebody else's property.
Put that down.
Okay.
But anyway, the town keeps telling me they have frontage on a private road. How much frontage does that map show? Now,
You would just go to the clerk?
no, this is mine.
That's his.
You have a
You can
copy
look
for
it
the
up.
clerk?
Well, you can look it up. This tax map, 116, lot 17. You can look at the tax map,
Lot 17?
lot 17.
Thank you.
And on a sort of related issue, submitted a right to know request for some documents. I got a response. The town's committed to open, honest, and transparent government. It's further told, writing, that I could appeal this decision. I was requesting documentation of the decision. Well, the response I get back is like this. There is no governmental record of that decision. No date.
Mr. Jeffrey, the microphone that picks up your audio is just back there. Sorry, thank you.
There is no governmental record. I can find no public minutes referencing the decision. I've been told it's on the audio, but it's not on the audio. Anyway, I don't know how anybody could appeal a decision that isn't memorialized in some fashion whatsoever, and that's completely unavailable to the public. So,
Okay.
about all I have to say on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there any other public comment from anyone present? Anyone online? If you're online, you can raise your hand. Will be called. If you're only monitoring audio, if you'll press 6
Star 6, if you're on the phone, yes.
and would answer. I don't see any online. Haven't heard anyone.
I don't see anything either, Mr. Chair.
All right. In that case, we'll close public comment. Public hearing, we have invited Mr. Turcotte, one of our representatives at the New Hampshire House. He said he will be here a little bit later, so I will defer him until he does arrive. But Mr. Gibson is here to talk to us about anything in school.
Frame here. Well, yeah, thanks for having me. I'll keep my update brief and open it up to any questions. So at the district, this week, of course, is spring break, so our buildings are empty, which is nice. We have, I think last time we were here, we were going through a superintendent process. We did in fact name Ms. Deanna Ray, our interim superintendent for next year. She currently serves as our director of student services. She's also a Barrington resident. We had an opening for middle school principal. We announced our new principal, I think late last week. His name is John Safina, and he comes to us from Milton, which is, I think he's been there for a couple of years. He has decades of experience in various districts as a middle school principal, and he lives, I believe, York, Maine. So lots of energy, lots of he's really looking forward to jumping in here in Barrington and making a difference. We have 2 open positions at the SAU level. First would be our director of student services, and then the second would be a curriculum coordinator. So those are the 2 positions that will be open and we're actively recruiting for next year. Any questions?
I understand you did get a report from on your curriculum initiatives that be well received. They talked about it at the board meeting.
Yes, we did. We had just our yearly review. I wasn't at that meeting.
I understand.
But yeah, we did have that. That's posted online, I believe.
Good. Sure.
Thank you.
Haley.
I have a question to ask you. I noticed on here for school zones. Did you just brush over that lightly?
I can brush over anything lightly.
No, no, no. That's what I was kind of hoping for.
Oh, Connor just mentioned that prior to the meeting, and it sounds like there's been some interest in, reinvestigating or reopening the notion of putting up school zone signs. I think in my 12 years, I think at one point in time, it had been broached. I honestly don't remember why we didn't do it. I think there was any opposition to it. So, and we're always open to taking a harder look at it. I can't remember.
I don't think that's why I thought we had done something with it. Maybe we could find something in there, but I just think that the school zone signs do have a tendency sometimes to slow the traffic down when they see that, especially on my own opinion, not the board. So that's how thank you.
So what is the process? Does that have to go to DOT?
Mr. Chair, if I may, yeah, so the police chief and the superintendent had a conversation. They kind of wanted to look into it and get answers for residents, why they aren't there, what it would take to get them there. And so the ask for the select board tonight is if you're supportive of that effort, the direction would be given to the police chief to start the conversations with the Department of Transportation, with the superintendent. The idea is if the town and the school are doing it together, likely be more impactful or, get quicker or more detailed answers on what it would take to do it. And then we'd report back and let you all know what it would take. So if we decide that we want to continue in that direction, we know what it'll take. Or if we decide for some good reason that it's not the right thing to do, at least we have answers. We know why and can give those answers to residents.
Okay, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chief,
Great idea.
Chief Joy is here, so can he?
Yeah, I was reserved.
So historically, and know that I do stand firmly with Mr. McCliss, Mr. Bailey, you and I think from the same level. Historically, and Chief Walker can probably remember back then, DOT is the biggest factor involved here. There was pushback from them in the past. DOT's stance essentially was, y'all built your schools on state roads, live with it. We approached them about school zones. We approached them about pushing the 35 zone back to Malago/Province, is my recollection, Chief. Thank you. Good. It's good to have the old guy remember. And we always got the same response. What I'm hopeful of now is we're now 5, 6, 7 years deep. Maybe there's been some change at DOT as far as thoughts, procedures, and everything else, and we may be able to get some momentum on that. Again, this isn't something that we're unaware of. It's not something that we're ignorant of. We don't have a lot of control over it other than going out there flashing blue lights and writing tickets, which isn't the answer to the problem that we're facing. So
Yeah, I'd say just about every school's on a state road. I mean,
Yeah.
something.
and I'll get out of Mr. Gibson's chair.
Oh,
That's all right. That was great.
thank you. Yeah, I think we're going to address that a little bit later in the meeting.
I moved the whole agenda item here, and so you can discuss it now if you want in Mr. Gibson's company, or you can ask any more questions you have and then discuss it. It's up to you, but it doesn't appear elsewhere on the agenda. Hoping to have some direction from the board now.
Doc,
I don't have any objections.
I have none either.
yeah, I think it's actually a pretty good idea, especially as we begin to move that housing up by Christmas Dove, but those people may have access across that road. There's more housing down by the middle school. I think it would be very useful. I think it'd be very useful to pursue this. Again, I don't know exactly how to do that, but I think probably if we get with Ms. Ray or well, I guess Dan's still the superintendent, and we can get that, and we lean on Chief Joy to.
I know I have your blessing.
Yeah, I think he would be a good representing the town.
This cost, is this going to be split 3 ways or 2 ways, or how's it going to be done?
We'll report back when we know more.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
what
I'm looking for a decision on that tonight.
Yeah, I think the process is, I mean, again, it was a long time ago, was that, chief and the superintendent can go through the process to get all of the data and the applications to the state, and then kind of come back with that information and that to the respective boards. If there's a cost, I think we would, evaluate that as part of the entire project. If it's a project, I don't even know if it is. Seems pretty straightforward to me, but.
So, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, what I'd be interested in is one is the police chief has brought up the speed, and also I would like to make, ensure that it's not going to affect or hinder anybody or put anybody in danger by doing that with a change of the speed and everything else that comes with it. I would really like to see all that information.
Again, I would imagine this process to be, information gathering and finding out what we can and can't do, and then making, an informed decision as to whether we want to proceed.
I like that. Thank you very much.
125 somewhere. I think that's going to be the pressure that my guess is we'll have to be redoing that.
Yeah, I do remember the traffic study that was done. Yeah, I think that's about right, time-wise. Yeah, it fits.
Maybe we could raise that with Mr. Turcott while we're here, just to put it on his radar.
That's when I think the traffic study is what was I think that was the catalyst for redesigning our bus routes going in and out of the elementary school. Yeah.
We could also get a hold of Mr. Waters because he left a commitment there, anything he could do to help. Well,
No.
here we got it right here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, I would think that, find out what the, really what the program is, and then decide if we want it, and then apply the appropriate request as needed if it's something that we want to move forward with.
Good.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I can't think of anything right now. I think we're just focused on getting our staffing shored up, finishing up the year, getting some of our summer initiatives nailed down. I think we have a summer school this year, which we've finalized. I think we're adding, actually, it's kind of interesting for folks out there that have 8th graders. I think we're trying to frame up something that amounts to a summer boot camp for kids, specifically with math. So we don't offer summer school for 8th graders going into 9th grade, but we're going to test drive a program where kids who want to get, extra help or get caught up on math specific to high school, we'll have a week or two where we're going to offer some classes for them. Math is unusual for us. Well, I guess it's unusual in general in the sense that we have a unified curriculum that goes K through 8. It's our math and focus curriculum. Each of our high schools have different math curriculum. So there's A, you need to really be up to speed on the fundamentals, but B, each of the high schools in turn, put the kids into a different curriculum when they go in. So this will hopefully bridge the gap. Oops. Someone's lost
Time.
I'm done.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that's going to be an exciting program. What we're really going to try to do is take a hard look at what we're doing over the summer, and then next year, see what programs we can memorialize and have a little bit more of a robust summer school program, or if you want to call it summer school. For some kids, it is summer school, but the goal is also for kids that may not be falling behind but want some extra instruction to have that available to them.
I also mentioned at Tuesday's meeting that it would be, we would love to have a unified meeting between the two of us, share a meeting sometime this summer. Probably
Yeah, well,
get done with all your hassle.
yeah, I think there was some general consensus on that. We're probably later in the summer, early fall. We still we're trying to put out some flyers with regards to staffing, and then we also have our board retreat, which will be coming up probably in May, I believe. I just can't remember. And that's where we're going to be really laying out some of our priorities as far as what we're looking to do, short term and midterm, the district.
Thank you.
You bet. Anything else?
Anyone else? Any comments?
All
Questions?
right.
Thanks very much for coming.
You bet. Thank you for having me.
See you Tuesday.
Yes.
My turn.
Say another meeting. You bet. Thank you.
I saw the car coming in.
Sorry.
Did
did see that. It appears that Mr. Turcott is, looked like his car. You will see.
No, I think that was someone else who drove it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shall we quickly go to the consent agenda while we're waiting here? Everyone had a chance to go over the consent agenda?
Yes.
Any concerns? Would entertain a motion to authorize the above referenced document. Or I guess we could do the minutes first. Or do we just do this all as a?
It's all, they're on the consent agenda.
I'd make a motion to approve that agenda as written.
Bailey, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Consent agenda. Oh, did remove item 7. Hey, we need, okay. We remove 7 from that. Going on to staff reports.
Great, thank you. So we addressed the work anniversaries at our first meeting in April, but they remain to be listed in support of the longevity of those employees. There are 2 other items I wanted to briefly update you on. First was the Richardson Pond Dam. So for the benefit of the community and the newer members, the Goodwill Conservation Area where Winnie the Pooh Trail is, there's a low hazard dam that's part of the access trail, and that dam creates Richardson Pond. So that has been labeled as deficient, that dam, by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Dam Bureau. The Conservation Commission, a couple years ago now, engaged the services of an engineering firm to do an evaluation and make some possible recommendations to remediate the deficiencies identified by the Dam Bureau. So that process is concluding. One of the reasons that it has taken a while, and it's important that it's been a thoughtful process, is because there's a number of stakeholders on a property like this, mostly because it's a conservation property. So the Conservation Commission is generally the steward of the property. The Southeast Land Trust is the conservation easement holder. So nothing that we could do would happen without their permission as the easement holder. The Dam Bureau is very involved because they've issued the letter of deficiency and they'd like to know the steps we're going to take to address it. Similarly, the select board, it being a town property, is the ultimate say-so on making decisions for town property. So the results of their preliminary study will be presented and discussed on Thursday, May 5th at 1 o'clock. It's going to be at the Public Safety Building. Anybody is welcome. So we identified the necessary stakeholders to be present at the meeting. We scheduled it around that. But certainly any member of the Conservation Commission, the Select Board, is welcome to attend and participate in that discussion. The next step after that is to bring any decisions or recommendations from that meeting forward to the Select Board for the next step. Next step would be, after we've decided, commissioning and engineering, the construction engineering design, and head down that path, hopefully with a goal to have the construction aspect completed this fall when the water's low, during low flow situation. So this brief update and background, I'm happy to answer any questions or move on if there aren't any.
Sure.
Estimated cost, please.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So because you brought up cost, the cream that is floated to the top of the evaluation is to reconstruct the earthen dam the earthen elevations will be reduced, but the water level will stay the same. Essentially, there's a natural slope up to the parking lot. but because of how they measure dams, which I know more about it now than I ever wanted to, that high point is what triggers it as what's called a jurisdictional dam, which means the Dam Bureau reviews it, inspects it every year, and will issue letters of deficiency if there's deficiencies. So the number is, I believe, 8 feet, could be 6 feet, but there's a number that indicates whether it's jurisdictional or not. And that earthen part of the dam, as you go up to the parking lot, is what triggers that. So we can reconstruct the dam because we should fix the problems anyways. But if we reconstruct the earthen part so we stay below that, then the Dam Bureau is out of the equation. We still have some work to do with the Department of Environmental Services, but it's considered a non-jurisdictional dam. So that is the goal, and it doesn't cost any more than just fixing the deficiencies. But if we tie that into the scope of the project, then we'd have a benefit down the road. So when a year and a half ago, when some of the ideas were first coming to be, the engineering firm did an engineer's cost estimate and approximated $200,000, 125 in construction, 75 in engineering. We've had a few other engineering firms look at it and believe that it could be constructed cheaper than that they kind of did a Rolls-Royce conceptual. That said, construction costs have skyrocketed. And so I think even if we pursue construction methods which are cheaper than what was estimated, which again, an engineering firm is always going to prepare an engineer's cost estimate based on worst case scenario or all the bells and whistles. So you're not shocked if it comes in higher later. Anyways, long story short, I still think that $200,000 number is reasonable.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Plus or minus, plus or minus.
Oh, plus or minus. Underline plus or minus.
Correct, or refresh my memory, is this the one that was question that the Conservation Commission got picked up? Is this the dam that the Conservation Commission was given the right that didn't address it for a while? Is that?
So yes. So the history, which was before my time, the letter of deficiency for this dam dates back to like 2015. And if anybody from the Dam Bureau is listening, thank you for your patience, because they've been very kind and patient with us as we've worked through it. As I understand it, the Conservation Commission had a member who was an engineer, and the Conservation Commission volunteered, stepped up to kind of do the work in-house, address the letter of deficiency in-house with the volunteers that were available. That was my understanding of kind of how things were until about 2019, when the select board brought up the topic with the Conservation Commission, like, hey, where has this gone? Where is this going? There was a decision by the select board at that point to say, okay, we don't really want to take on any more conservation property until issues like this one are addressed. And so the select board at that time kind of issued a moratorium on new conservation property. And the Conservation Commission in response offered to fund the project using the conservation fund, but they started with the $10,000 for the engineering study. And as I understand it, the Conservation Commission's big picture plan has been the reimbursement from the goodwill expansion. So they prepaid about $190,000 from the conservation fund with the expectation to get most of that back. That's finally going to Governor and Council soon, and they expect to get, I think, 130 or 160 back as a reimbursement. So that'll kind of fill the coffers back up. And it'll be a decision with the Conservation Commission and the Select Board how it's paid for, where the money comes from, and be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars.
I think there was more to it.
There was talk of the second parking lot on the other side. Would that be completed before the dam work started, so that it would still allow the public to have use of the trails?
It won't be. The question you're asking is the logging operation on the Goodwill property that we started last year created, one of the goals of that was to create new trails and a parking area on Ross Road. So the conclusion of that logging operation and the final, buttoning up of that parking area will happen this coming winter. It's better for the neighbors and everybody to do the rest of that logging in the winter. They ran into some water problems the last time. So nothing more will be done to the parking area and trails this year, but there is access there.
Okay,
So
thank you.
if you take a drive down, look at the existing condition, that's,
And so I don't know how long the dam project would take, but will it just be parking along the road, or will the current parking lot be open?
so.
Could walk down to that other.
It'll kind of be up to the Conservation Commission, the Trails Committee, how they'd like to handle the project. So certainly you can't get past the parking lot on Route 9 without going over the dam. Maybe they want to build a footbridge down below, but that's kind of rough terrain and down a little bit lower.
Walk over to Ross Road.
And so Ross Road is off Beauty Hill. So that's completely, other side of the conservation property. So,
What's is it Richardson Road? You can
Yep.
walk down there. Yep.
but you still have to
Okay,
get
I said the
over
wrong-
the river or the stream there. So if the Conservation Commission wanted to build a little footbridge, but there's private property, I'm not sure how far the conservation property goes there, but
What about the trail that's down off of Malago? That comes up to the backside, the other side, it comes up to the children's walkway there, I forget the name of it there, but it comes up to the other side on the other opposite side of the dam. Would that be made available? Would Conservation Commission consider using part of that?
I can ask them.
I'm just trying to find an alternative, because if we have them, everybody's parking there and everybody's trying to walk across something, and we already have that trail that can go just that far, still allow them to turn around and go back.
I give you confidence that as the construction project draws near, the Conservation Commission, the Trails Committee, and Southeast Land Trust will be involved in all the decision making so they can properly notify residents and prepare. But those are ideas I will share with them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Again, we're not quite sure what the scope of this.
I know, I'm not either.
And Mr. Manshek, if there's other things that I missed, like I said, that was just from my background.
That's all I know.
Oh, okay.
I understand they're also applying for another grant to a dam specific grant. To
Oh, okay.
offset the costs. I think they're thinking the cost might be higher than costs are going up everywhere. So
Absolutely.
Dirt may be at the same price. Mark, is that right? Dirt going at the same price, or has that gone up too? Anyway, also the Tricentennial Select Board meeting, remember, is going to be May 10th, which will be the day after, which will be a Tuesday, day after our next Select Board meeting.
I've asked Chief Walker to be prepared to give you a little rundown of what to expect on that May 10th meeting. So if you're interested and willing,
And what time is that?
that's maybe where he can start.
Okay.
If you would, please, sir.
Time to wake up to it.
Not us. Please.
So, what we're looking at, and I apologize because Wednesday night we have a meeting and the whole goal of the meeting is to finish up what we're gonna do on May the 10th. We're happy to have the board as involved in the process as you guys want to be, or as uninvolved as you want to be. Basically, I believe that we're looking to start the meeting at 6 o'clock. Chairman will call the meeting to order. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. And then we'll go right into a brief history of the town, what it was like, what we believe it was like, and some of the history that we've been able to put together. That'll probably run 10 or 15 minutes. We have Kat Bosquin is going to come in. We'll sing the Star Spangled Banner for us. And we may be able to sneak a second song out of her, maybe God Bless America at the end. We have the proclamation from the federal government that Congressman Pappas got for us. Unfortunately, we were hoping he was going to be able to be here to read the proclamation for us, but he's gonna be traveling that day. So we'll get that read, and then we're also gonna read the town charter. And then there'll be a formal presentation from the 300th committee to the select board of the actual proclamation that the Congressman Pappas put together for us, and some other final comments. And we anticipate the meeting being done around no later than 7:30, and we'll take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll slide your table and stuff out of the way and go right into a free concert. We've got the services of lunch at the dump to come in and do about an hour and a half concert. So we intend to be done and everybody have to be able to leave by 9 o'clock. So we're happy if there's some part so you'd want to be part of. We're happy to. I'm happy to work that in. If the chairman was such that wanted to get on the agenda, we can put an agenda together of how things are going to go, and you could bring things up. Or if you just want to sit there and watch the process and then close the meeting after, it's really what you folks are comfortable doing or what would like to do.
I think I would like to participate. I assume the rest of the board would.
I would, you know, whatever I could possibly
Yeah.
do.
Possibly. If you could get us an agenda at your meeting Wednesday, right?
Yep.
If you could get that out to us and we could quickly go over it, and get back to you as quickly as possible. Or if you'll tell us what you'd like for us to do, I think we can be convinced. We'll not wear a costume.
Okay. All right. I'm not leading that part of it, so I'm a little bit in the dark, and I apologize. We talked about it briefly, and Jim Califf and Dale Sylvia have been putting that piece of it together, and we're trying to choreograph how much time we need so that we can take and stay on some sort of a time schedule to be able to get the to get stuff into place. So I'll get something. I'll meet with them on Wednesday night. Work with them, and I'll get something to on Thursday or Thursday afternoon, so we can get it to you folks.
Good.
We go from there.
Yeah, because we'd like, I'm sure, very much to participate.
Okay. We very much like to have you participate.
One thing I didn't quite catch is where is this going to be?
It'll be at the middle school, right in the cafetorium.
It's going to be inside.
Yep, we'll do it in the cafetorium at the middle school, so that we can have, you'll be sitting down in front by the stage. Some of the stuff we're gonna do, we're gonna have the American Legion. We'll be there as a color guard. And then the Colonial Militia will be there participating as well. And so we'll have it and then set up so with a band will already be set up so that all they have to do is come out onto the thing. And just as a little bit of a side note, I don't know how many people have seen Facebook or the website, but we did secure the Budweiser Clydesdale pitch. They're going to participate. That's a really big deal. That's something we've been working on since last fall. A lot of moving parts to make it happen. The University of New Hampshire, special thanks to them. Special thanks to New Hampshire distributors for picking up the cost of this. We were able to secure this at no cost to the committee, but the downside to it is as of middle of the afternoon, we had about 14,000 hits on this thing. So I don't, maybe the population of Barrington is going to double for a few hours on July 23rd, but they'll be in the area for a week. They part of the deal is we had to secure a place where the public could go and see the horses, which the university very graciously agreed to do that because of their equine program. They were very happy to do that. They'll be going out to various venues during the week. We haven't got their itinerary yet, but and then they'll be here on the 23rd to be somewhere near the front of the parade. So that's a really big deal, and you know, something that we're very proud of that we were able to secure that. And, we expect a very big parade. And, we're doing a lot of work, and maybe I'll tear the rest of my hair out of my head before this finishes, but
Yeah.
we'll have fun. So.
And you can show off the new ATV too.
Yeah, that will probably be there working, because we'll have to have the logistics of obviously making sure the town's protected for fire and EMS and police. And we got to try to make sure that we're not running a fire truck now in one direction while the parade's going in the direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thanks.
Mr. Turcott, thank you for coming. We've reserved a time for you, and I know your time is valuable. We've saved some time for you, and so we'd like to invite you to come join us. Very good. Thank you. If you could have a seat here so that people at home can see and hear you as well, greatly appreciate it.
Just so you know, I've prepared a very short presentation for you. It'll take about 2 hours.
Okay,
What
try.
did you give him for a time?
Yeah, right.
It won't take quite that long.
As you may know, we've invited all of our legislators to come join our meetings, and hopefully we can share information, thoughts, mutual interests as a town, and you as our House representative. So why don't you go ahead and start, and if there's anything you'd like to tell us or ask us or go through.
Sure. Well, introduce myself. I know I've met some of you before. Representative Len Turcott, representing the town of Barrington. This is my third term now. I was 2 terms, took a term off, and went back this time. I currently sit on multiple committees at the State House. I'm on Labor, which I've been on for my full 6 years. I also sit on Finance, and which will be of some significance and importance to you. I also am a member of the Special Committee on Redistricting. So I was extremely involved in the redistricting process. I'm also senior advisor in the House Majority Office. So I hold multiple hats up there. In my private life, Barrington resident, 30 years, born and raised in New Hampshire, 60 years now. Pilot for American Airlines, been doing that 38 years. Fly Boeing 787s all around the world. That's what I do for work. So Connor had given me a short list of some items. I came up with some additional ones, but one of the issues he asked about first was redistricting and how that might affect the town of Barrington. So I went all out and used color for it. Without it, it's very difficult to understand.
I think we are.
And actually, I'm gonna have to keep one for myself, just so I know what I'm talking
We'll
about.
share. Thank you.
So, as you may know, currently, the town of Barrington has its own district of 2 seats. And then we have what they call a floterial with Lee. Now, once we got the new census data, which was delayed about 5 months, so it really put us behind. Of course, all the populations in all the towns changed. Some gained, some reduced. If you look at the map that I gave you now this is just so you know, this is of course just Stratford County. But when we redistrict for state reps, it's actually a House bill, which was House Bill 50 this year. That encompasses the whole state. So even though I'm showing you Stratford County Stratford County is just one of 10 counties that are encompassed in the overall districting map. So because of the population changes, pretty much a lot of our county did have some changes, not a huge amount, but what you find is if you do redistricting and you use the programs to do it, is that when you change one town over here, it can actually have a ripple effect all throughout the county. So there were lots of ways to draw this county. The way it was finalized was now Barrington and Stratford are combined as District 4, which happens to be the same number we are now, which is District 4, but Stratford and Barrington now comprise a single district. And because of the population increases in those towns, we have a total of 3 seats between those 2 towns. Then, because again, population changes, if you look up in the left northwest corner of the county, and quite honestly, it's very difficult. This corner of our county was very difficult to draw, but Middletown now and New Durham comprise a single district. And you'll note in the little box there, it says D3, that's District 3, and that is 1 seat. But what happens is when you combine those 2 and you create a district, and then you have Stratford and Barrington, is you still have an excess amount of population that is not representative. And out of all the parameters that we have to meet in redistricting, the US constitutional 1 person, 1 vote is the most important. And so what we have to do there is you have to get overall state, not just within the county, but you have to have a net difference deviation of less than 10%. So basically when we drew maps, it was plus or minus 5 to get that percentage. So what we had to do in order to take up the excess of Barrington and Stratford, in this case, in this map, the one that we ended up going with, is we created a floterial, and that combines Middleton, Durham, and Stratford and Barrington into a single float district of 1 seat. And you'll see on the left-hand side, there's a box there that says F18, 1 seat. That is Floterial District 18. That'll be the new district there. Now, you may notice that that district only meets at a point. That was actually subject to litigation in 2010. But it was determined that a point constitutes a border, believe it or not. And in the old district, what it was, Stratford was its own district. New Durham, I think it was New Durham and Middleton were combined. No, it was just New Durham. And that was a float back then. So it's nothing new. It's just that we had to expand the size of the float to make the numbers work. You'll notice Farmington sits by itself. One of the New Hampshire Constitution laws that we have to follow as much as practicable, because it's a constitutional issue, is when a town has an ideal population plus or minus a variance or the deviation. And this year, that number, when you took the total population of the state, divided by 400 state reps, it was 3,444 seats. So every rep in the state of New Hampshire theoretically represents 3,444. So as you'll look at Farmington, there's a great example. It had a population of 6,722. That's almost perfectly a 2-seat district. It comes up a little bit short, and you see the deviation there, minus 2.4. But that's why Farmington is by itself. One other issue, we traveled throughout every county when we heard, so we had public listening sessions on all these maps when we were redistricting. One of the, I guess you could call it a complaint we heard frequently, was that in the 2010 maps that there were, I think, don't quote me on the number, but let's just say it was 72 towns that, according to the New Hampshire Constitution, supposed to get their own rep that didn't under the Constitution. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is they read that part of the Constitution, they don't continue on to the next line. And I'm going to give you a great example why, even though it's in the Constitution, it's impossible. And that's why it survived the court challenge in 2010. If you take a look at the town of Madbury, you'll see there that the population is 1918. Every other ward of Dover or town, Durham, Lee, Barrington, if you'll notice, they all exceed 3,444 individuals. So that automatically says, since Madbury does not have 3,444, you have to pair that up and create a district with Madbury. So that immediately tells you that one of those surrounding towns that everybody says we demand our own state rep is automatically not going to get their own state rep because we have to pair Madbury to one of those districts. And that's why we ended up in 2010 with, say, 72 towns without their own individual rep. We actually reduced that number down into the low 60s this time, so we made some progress on that. I don't want to bore you too much on that because I got a lot of other things I'd like to talk to you about, but if you have questions specifically on the redistricting, I'd be happy to talk about it.
I understand what you're saying about the numbers, but it does feel like Barrington lost because theoretically we could not be represented by someone in Barrington. Could be someone from Stratford and New Durham.
Well, what happens is Barrington now has access to 4 seats rather than prior, which was 3.
But before it had to be a Barrington.
That's true. But again, just because of the way the numbers work, it was an impossibility to do it that way, just because of the way Barrington, matter of fact, if you go in and you take 9326, our new population, do the division between 3444, you're going to come out and you're going to see it, you can't make it exact. Does that make sense?
Well, it still come out to 2 plus reps.
Correct.
Yeah.
But again, because of the way it was combined with Stratford and Barrington, 3 seats there, and then you also have access to that float with the Middleton and New Durham. So you are correct.
I miss knowing for sure that I'll be represented by someone.
You are absolutely correct. There is no guarantee. I can almost state unequivocally we'll end up with at least 1 or 2.
Theoretically, yeah.
But, well, I'm not saying me, but, you know, whoever.
Oh, I meant the other, but still, theoretically, we could not be represented.
In theory, yes. Yeah. Now, what's interesting, I had, after we got done our, the whole state maps, we had actually people who were making that, state reps who were making that same point, who were saying, well, I'm not guaranteed this now, but, and they were saying, well, if you give us our own town, I go, yes, we might be able to do that, but do you realize by doing that, it changes towns. I have to go back and redraw that entire county. Rockingham is the county I'm talking about. Changing that town there is going to force, because of the numbers, and you have to get everything within those numbers, it's going to change everything up to 12 towns away. So Stratford was I would call a moderate county to draw. Some of them were extremely difficult. Carroll, extremely difficult. Sullivan County were very hard, just because of their populations, the size of the towns, the number of towns, and the limited number of reps they got.
Please,
How's
go ahead.
this going to affect the ballot box?
How's it going to affect the ballot?
Ballot, when you turn around and you present the ballot to the public. So you're saying that you would have upwards of what, 8, 10 names?
No, you will have a maximum. Well, in the primary, you know, you can have
Yeah, I understand.
final. No, there will be 8. There'll be 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans. There'll be 3 for the Barrington Stratford district, and then there will be 1 for the Flotilla. So it'll be 4 and 4.
Thank you.
Yep.
4 and 4 and 1 and 1, right? Or, oh, I'm sorry. We have 3. I'm sorry. Doing my math slow.
On the Barrington ballot, you will see 4 names in each party.
Representative Turcotte, can you email me this and we can have it available on time? Is it final?
Yes, these were final. This was actually the county map. County rep maps were the first map that actually got signed. I'm not going to go into the gory details of why, but yeah, that was sent to, we sent it, the House representatives were responsible for it. We drew it, we sent it to the Senate, they approved it, and the governor signed it 3 weeks ago now.
Great.
At least.
We can make it available, so if residents of Barrington have
I
questions.
think I can do that. The only problem is this is a proprietary program. I think I'm pretty sure I can do it.
When you
but-
have something
I'll
available.
put that on my list of to-dos for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure. Okay,
Next question or next?
next comment? Okay, let's see. Okay, that was the redistricting. Okay, Connor had sent a couple others that he had questions on. One was HB 1147 and HB 1221. 1147 was one where it was the state was gonna be required to pay 7.5% of the NHRS funding that normally the town would be paying. Right now, that is not finalized. It did pass the House barely. And right now it is in the Senate. And it is in Senate Finance. I believe they will be looking at that probably in less than a week that will be decided. Now, I'm also going to say that would be a permanent change. And my gut tells me that's probably not going to happen. Now, HB 1221 that Connor also asked about happens to be a bill I co-sponsored. Now, originally the bill was to lower the business profit tax and the business enterprise tax further than we did last spring. It passed the House. Like I say, I was one of the co-sponsors in it. When it went to the Senate, they eliminated the BET. But so as of right now, what it does is it takes the business profit tax from 7.6 down to 7.5, 0.1% reduction, somewhere in about $6 million a year. So in the scheme of things, not a lot. One of the things they did though, and I only found out about this today, Connor, when I started researching it, is the Senate attached an amendment to it to put a one-time 7.5% NHRS payment into the system. So the reason I say now that I'm suspecting HB 1147 may not be permanent, first of all, I know there's a lot of opposition to making it permanent. But the fact that they put in a one-time when we're flush with cash this year from all the different things that are going on, my gut tells me that what's going to happen is you probably will see the one-time 7.5%, but that might be the end of it. No guarantees. It's in the Senate. I don't know what's going to happen overall on that. Questions on that? Yes, sir.
No, sorry. That's my understanding too, that this 7.5 will be a one-time shot. And I'm sure we'll appreciate that. It would be much easier for us to make longer term plans if we had permanent sort of thing. So my understanding is the Senate probably will not go along with 1147, would go along with this 7.5 one time.
I would say your interpretation of what's going on, I don't know, but I think you're right. And I would not be opposed to actually that. I realize towns would like the 7.5%. At one time it was more than that, but I think you gotta actually look at potential downsides of what can happen with that, especially in some of the bigger towns and the cities and the different things. When the state, now remember, when the state gets all this cash in it, that's all coming from us in some form. What I believe, and this has been an argument made at the State House many, many times, is in the case of 7.5%, perpetuity, is you're going to see cities like Nashua, Manchester, I'll speak about them on a different bill later, that are going to be more than happy to take that money and then add their employee groups further up. on a small town like us in the long run. Again, you gotta look at the macroeconomic effects of it, but I don't think that would be good for towns like Barrington. And like I say, I'll talk to a different bill that I dealt with today, that I'm sure you guys wouldn't like. Any more questions on that one?
The 7.5% would be about 100,000 for Barrington, whether it's annual or one time. So definitely impactful. And you know, the point about revenue going up and down, last year we saw a 60% increase in meals and rooms tax. That was a really great thing at the end of the year. That's budgeted for this year. So there, you know, historically there have been quite a few fluctuations in funding from the state. We like when they go up and deal with it when they go down, but 100,000 is the number.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we could get into an extended discussion on the NHRS system as a whole, as you know, whether or not we even, what I always say is a lot of times we're throwing good money after bad when we're already underfunded. You know, we're about 60% funded. I mean, that's a whole another debate, but anyway. Connor just mentioned some dollar figures. I actually want to talk about a couple of things there. In my finance committee, I'm on finance 2 as well as the whole committee. We're currently going through a couple bills right now. One of them is a $65 million net appropriation, $35 million for red listed bridges and $30 million just for town roads and that kind of stuff. And that would be a portion, however they do it up there. So Barrington, at some point, will get some portion of that if it passes. I don't anticipating it not passing. So we'll see that. Last year, we had the $100 million swept money that the state put in so the towns didn't have to send it up. I forget whether, I was trying to remember, Connor, maybe you remember, was it about $1 million that it saved Barrington? It's 700, I don't remember. Do you remember?
Yeah, not immediately, but yeah, so the ARPA funds was $1 million,
Yep.
Which came down through the state.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Yes, and so our transportation funds, the biggest impact and for things like that is the bridge aid program has been underfunded, so they push the projects out. The one project in Barrington that those funds should help Barrington for is one of our bridges that wasn't programmed until 2028. So we're hopeful to be able to move that up. We're actually waiting to hear from the executive counselor's office. I think that was their initiative to kind of bring some of those projects forward. I don't know if that's familiar to you or not.
Not.
So yeah, so hopefully we will be able to get projects that we already have programmed done sooner with some of those funds.
Okay, good.
Green Hill.
No, that's actually the old Settlers Bridge.
All right.
Green Hills, we've already got those funds. That's in the budget. That's the current fiscal year. So, but yeah, to the tune of $1 million, that's a reasonable.
That's what I thought,
process.
somewhere around there.
Yes.
The other thing last year that a senator from Bedford put through, shepherded through, was the room and meals tax formula. That was changed quite dramatically. Previous year, Barrington got $461,000. This past year or coming forward year, they're going to get 671. It's a net increase of, $210. That's a pretty good chunk. And to date anyway, the revenue has been really coming in strong. It's not going to last forever. There's a lot of pent up energy and a lot of pent up demand out there. So it's not going to continue. But for now, that was a nice little bump for the towns. The other one Connor mentioned was SB 249, which talks about short-term rentals for towns. Again, that one is still in the Senate. Or is it in the House? I'm sorry, forget that one. But it's not finalized right now. And basically, what it says is towns cannot prohibit individuals from using their properties as short-term rentals. However, there is language in there that can or may allow a town to require registration of those properties, fire inspections and stuff like that, all voluntary, not required. But this, I don't know if you all followed it, this is really a direct result of what was going on in Conway, where there was a big, that's been going back and forth for a while. So that's what SB 249 was about. And then a few weeks ago, again, there was another list that Connor had given me. HB 1359, which was on the election duties of election officials on the ballot. That was ITL'd out of committee at 20-0, which means they killed it. And when it went to the House floor, it went and was killed on a voice vote. So that's gone. HB 1485, same thing, direct recall of elections. And I don't know all the particulars of a lot of these things. We get close to 1,000 bills this year, you know, so I don't know them all. But on this one, again, it was an ITL in committee of 20-0 and killed on the voice vote. He asked about 1567. This one is still in the Senate, and this one talks about misconduct of any public officer whom a duty relating to elections is imposed who shall knowingly fail to perform. Is that one you had intentionally asked about?
Those were questions for board members.
Okay.
Okay. Bills, and so, yeah, if it's still in, I assume that board members still be interested in
Okay.
hearing.
And that one, again, that one is in the Senate right now. That was a House bill. And me reading it, what it tells me is they had a provision for official misconduct, but there was no remedy or penalties attached to it. So if there was misconduct, there's nothing anybody can do about it. So what they did is they put in the ability to assess civil penalties of 250, no more than 1,000, and then it goes into a bunch of language on the, you know, the Attorney General shall notify, et cetera. That did pass out of the House, and as I say, that's over in the Senate right now. Questions on that? Okay. HB 307, Firearm Preemption. Any questions on that? Basically, what that does is it prohibits any town in the state of New Hampshire from developing laws that are against basically federal firearm laws. It's very, very detailed, but what it does. I think that was all that you had asked about. Oh, this is the one I wanted to talk to you about today. I was in Finance Committee hearings all day, and we had one come through. It's called SB 420. And they wanted to put in extraordinary educational adequacy grants. The bottom line is what they wanted to do was above and beyond everything they're doing already with education adequacy grants. They wanted more money. So as we went through it, this was in our finance subcommittee. Bottom line was it was going to be a $14.5 million first year and probably about 10 million every other year after that. That would be distributed to towns that, under the formulas they were providing, would grant about $14.5 million a year. Well, as I started to look at the itemized lists of all the towns in the back, it became interesting that out of that 14.5 million, one city in their state was going to get 25% of that funding by themselves. Manchester. Two cities, if you combine them together, Manchester and Nashua, are going to get a total of 47% of that $14.5 million. Four cities, and I don't remember which ones they are because it's in my office up there. Four cities alone would get 67% of that funding. Anybody want to take a guess on how much Barrington would receive? Come on, don't be shy. Zero. Along with a bunch of other towns. So the discussion on it, of course, was interesting. Fortunately, it came out of committee with a 6-1 vote in favor of it. It has to go to full committee on Wednesday. But yours truly was the one vote against it because I just don't believe in taking $14.5 million of all our money and giving it to four cities for, 67% of it to four cities. So, and there were a lot of towns, as you might suspect, that got zero. And this again was on top. I specifically asked the attorneys, this was on top of everything else that's already out there in terms of adequacy funding and state education funding. So it was kind of like well, we need a little more for these places over here. I just was not willing to do that. So anyway, that's what I have. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have on anything. If I don't know the answer, which I may not, I probably won't, I'd be happy to find it for you.
And I think Connor sent a lot of the questions that we had forward to you.
Okay.
Want to have any additional?
I had a question about Senate Bill 400 that addressed a planning board.
Oh, yes.
Zoning board.
Printed that out.
It was really lengthy and I'm not sure I get all.
It was 12 pages.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask if I can get back to you on my interpretation of that, because I started reading it when I printed it out this afternoon. I said, there's no way I'm going to have a
Yeah.
handle on this. So,
But I was hoping you would get.
but I did print it out because that was one of them. Yes. What's that?
No, I'm just
Oh.
checking to see if anyone else had anything.
That's all I got for you.
I would point out that, yes, 6 million doesn't sound like a lot, but $100,000 sounds an awful lot to us. So 6 million in the state budget doesn't mean a great deal, but sometimes those 100,000s, which are even smaller portion of it, it's a big portion of our budget. So.
Oh, absolutely. Right. Couldn't agree more.
Some of these. Anything else? Thank you so much for coming. We hope we can do this occasionally
My pleasure.
to kind of keep us informed and to let you know some of our thoughts as well.
Very difficult because I am on so many committees and different things.
Yeah.
But anytime you have a question, there's my card, my contact information. You can always contact me. And I'd be more than
Thank you.
happy to come back and talk to you in the future. I can't say I can do it every.
No, we
There's
wouldn't
so much going on between that and my job,
exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Certainly welcome to stay, but we would.
Great. Thank you. I think
Might
I'm
want
gonna
to go home.
go home and get some rest because I gotta be back to finance at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so.
The fun drive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cottle, do you have anything further you want to?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Question. Bill 307, was that House of Senate?
It was Senate 307.
Senate Bill, thank you.
I wrote that down. No, that was a House bill.
House Bill.
Sure. I think that was in. Whatever to. Okay, old business. Formal strategic planning session. Have you had a chance to go over the proposal, please, that Ms. Hardikoff sent to us?
Yeah.
But it was a very reasonable fee.
Very reasonable, very.
Yeah,
Tracy, thank you.
yes, very much. Any other discussion?
Well, the other discussion was picking a date.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you'd suggested 27th of June or the 11th.
I had.
Anyone have any heartburn or any wants, desires, whether among those two dates?
I would advocate for the June date myself.
Okay. Only person who's speaking up.
I could make either one of them work, so.
Yeah, I'd support the June date. That looks good.
Let's,
Do either.
I think we have a consensus on 27. We can ask Jim if he has any major interruption. And that would be basically the whole agenda, correct?
That would be my intention.
Yeah.
Would we be using any of the old report when we do that?
I think we ought to have that. Gina?
Yeah, I think Tracy will bring that up.
You have to elaborate. Which old,
Didn't we previously have a?
January 2020.
Right.
so yeah, different topics. So the compensation study is something different. The strategic planning that Tracy will be doing will be focusing on kind of setting some big picture vision, mission goals for the select board that we can work towards. So certainly compensation might be one of the things that we talk about, and we'll try to make sure to have all the materials available to promote an effective discussion.
I think that reason I brought that up is that growth in town, and then once some of these housing projects are finished, we're gonna be overwhelmed on some areas, and so I would hope that would be part of it, but anyway, will probably be for another time.
Great, we can discuss that then.
Question, and we can talk about this later, but how would the public be involved in this? Same as we do now, or how they would be able to participate?
It's up to the select board, certainly, and you can discuss that now if you'd like. I might recommend that the structure of the meeting be different, just focused on the strategic planning. So I don't necessarily think that there would be a need to have virtual participation available, but it'll be a public meeting, so we'll still have a notice and we'll still take minutes and make those minutes available. But I think, kind of like a work session more than a, full-blown public meeting.
Yeah, we wouldn't have public comment necessarily. I would hope that we'd all get some feedback, but and bring that to the meeting. But I think if we want to make this a working thing, that we can basically be a work session.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and talk to citizens ahead of time
Yeah,
and solicit.
and it's a public meeting, so everyone, anyone can be here in attendance. They just want to be able to participate in it.
We should talk about setting a time limit, like we have one for public comment. We should need to put one here from individuals that want to speak on this, because if we had 3 minutes for everybody that wanted to speak, it could run into hours if necessary, or, if that goes, but.
I would recommend having no public participation. I mean, it's a select board strategic planning session. That would be my recommendation.
That was kind of my thinking. There wouldn't be any public comment. We have public comment here because we choose to do it. There are several towns in our state that don't allow any. It's not a requirement that we have public comment. We do welcome that, but I think for this working session, this isn't the whole town planning. We've had that meeting 3 or 4 years ago.
Well, and there will be more of that coming up this year, right?
The master plan chapter updates, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think this is more related to what we do as a select board. That's my opinion. I'm not wed to that. Anyone think there should be open for public comment?
Is the meeting going to be solely this, or would there be other consent agenda items? Solely this? Okay.
Just
Once we open it up, it's going to stop us from it. Maybe after we get it done, we get a consensus on everything, and then maybe we can put it on our agenda for another meeting to have strictly comments on that if people want to do
that
it.
might be a
That would allow us. If not, we could be here for around 12:30. That wouldn't be.
I don't think any of us would.
No, it wouldn't.
Would we post a drafting of the strategic plan they can comment on? Right. So
When the chair and I had talked about it, we had expected that the select board's work on the final product would extend beyond just the work with the consultant in this one strategic planning session. And so I would envision something like you're talking about. The consultant has offered to prepare a document for the select board's review and adoption. And I think Select Person Bailey's suggestion of posting that and soliciting feedback from the public at the next public meeting, so that first meeting in July, would be a great opportunity to get that feedback before finalizing And then the select board could take the steps to finalize that on their own without the consultant, either at that meeting or future meeting.
Plus, when you hold a public meeting, you can say, this is it. They'll have a chance to digest it, because I know sometimes I read things on Friday. Then when I review them on Monday again, I go, gee, I must have missed that. So that's partially how I feel.
I think for me, it feels good to know that we'll then take it to the public and they can make some comment.
Everyone's got their orders here, we're ready to go. So the 27th of September, or June, Jamie, Christmas.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Class 6 private road building policy. I think I hope you've had a chance to review the first few paragraphs. I think the discussion should be subparagraph B5. I think we need to get better guidance. I'm one of the offenders in this. I think I've lost track, or I have lost track of what the purpose of this policy was to improve these roads. A lot of these roads out there need, every road needs improvement, but these class 5 and class 6 roads need improvement because they put our personnel, emergency personnel, and our equipment at some risk.
Just class 6 roads, not class 5.
Class 6 road, well, yeah, class 6, I'm sorry, class 5, class 6 roads, put our equipment at risk, the private roads as well, because people expect that we'll have fire and EMS services as well as police protection in these areas, and we have roads that barely sustain that, and certain times and seasons won't sustain it at all, and we put risk. And I'm a culprit here. We do want people to be able to use their land appropriately, but I think we haven't exceptions, our waivers on these have kind of forgotten or ignored that principle, thinking largely on what's convenient for the people that are trying to build. That's my opinion of it. That's person. So, Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, when this came up and everything else, I turned around. I only made one copy for myself, but it's 67441. It explains so much on there that we don't have from one to the other under state requirements that we have to take care of. And the biggest one I found, and what I would like to see, is the individual when they have to go before and file with the Registry of Deeds, to make sure that they have that waiver put in there so that when it comes back out, it's before the work to be done. That was the part that stuck when I went. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I miss an awful lot, but that was one of the things there, is that would have that waiver before we grant anything, allow any work to begin or anything else like that. Because once they get going, that part there, I don't know how far that goes. It's like on the ZBA, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, we require the layout of the property, if everything has to be there. If it's not, I tried to get the chair, turn around and kick it back and bring it back forward. But what that does, well, what should happen is that when the office personnel get it, they make sure that all that stuff's there. But anyway, this RSA has a lot of things in it that we should look at and help do some remedies that we have here, especially in the waiver section of this here. I noted that our waiver section, as I mentioned, 67441, it doesn't, in the bottom, it explains a little bit of what a hardship is on page 506. And, I just, I put down as the allowances for what should be charged and how it should be charged are there. So That's the only comments I have that I'd like to see incorporated into it. Did I explain myself enough?
Yeah, I would agree that the agreement that they need to file with the registry of, seems like that needs to be introduced earlier. It felt like two of our applicants the last time seemed to be the first time they heard it. So if that can be part of a initial package that they know they have to file with the registry of deeds and have that form that they might use, so that at least they've seen that and are familiar with it.
That has to deal just with the maintenance of it.
Yeah.
But I think the further part of the policy here and the policy objective was to actually improve these roads. That just maintaining them wasn't sufficient. We were way behind on some of these roads that are at certain times of the year impossible to use for EMS or our fire protection in particular. I think the police have some issues, but probably they can get into lots of places that the ambulances and the fire equipment can't get into. And so personal opinion is that I have ignored that purpose when we looked at waivers.
So I have if you could give me some clarification around that. So if an applicant chose to pay the 10% of the cost of their project, that is paid to the town, but we're not, where does that, because that needs to go to.
I can answer that question if you'd like, Mr. Chair. So what the policy indicates in subparagraph F, road improvements, as one of the requirements for category 3 applications is there's two options. First is to make the road meet the town standard, which is laid out in here, 16 feet wide, 2-foot shoulders. Roman numeral 2 indicates make road improvements of at least 10% of construction costs. And what this makes clear is that they have to do the work. They don't make the payment to the town, to the road association, but the construction costs that they already indicate on their building permit application, as reviewed by the building inspector, and determine that value of 10%. And the applicant, if they're applying for the permit with the option 2, the 10%, must include with the application a proposal or scope which details how the 10% investment will be utilized to make road improvements consistent with the purpose of this policy. And then upon completion of the road improvements, the applicant must submit documentation evidencing the cost of improvements totaling 10% of construction costs, and a certificate of occupancy will not be issued until the agreed upon improvements have been made. So the idea is that the applicant at the time of an application would tell the select board, this is what I intend to do to improve the road. This is how I'll spend the 10%. And the select board would review that scope and say, yes, we're agreeing with the issuance of a building permit application if you do these things that are in the scope that they're preparing. Not the Barrington road agent, but them, hopefully in consultation with their road association, which it indicates in this section also. And then they have to spend that money to actually do the work and provide evidence of that before the certificate of occupancy will be issued.
So when they come before the planning board, do they need to have some ideas at that point of how they're going to spend that 10%, or is that sort of the working session?
As the policy is written, at the time of application, they have to have that scope prepared. So before it even goes to department heads.
Okay.
The difference,
that hasn't really happened.
But it has, because what the two previous applicants have done is requested a waiver. And so when they're requesting a waiver, they're not telling you what they're going to do with the 10%. They're saying we don't want to do anything. And so I think if the select board's perspective is consistent with what the planning board's perspective is, that nothing isn't an option, we need to see improvements, then the applicants, and Ms. Capiello, I know that you started down this path during the review. The applicant should be told to come back and submit what they're willing to do. Submit a scope so the select board, so department head, the planning board, and the select board have something to look at. And so that's what the policy requires. And the waiver specifically indicates that the waiver request must include a detailed narrative, a listing of specific sections of the policy for which a waiver is sought, and any proposed alternatives which address the purpose of this policy. And so the prompt is certainly for the applicants to not just say, oh yeah, this policy looks like too much, I want to ask for a waiver for it. It requires them to go through, what are you asking for a waiver for? Why? And provide a description of these 5 criteria so the select board have something to base their decision off, not, you know, I'm going to lose my building slot. You know, that it's substantive. There's something unique about this property. And, you know, for the property on McDaniel, sorry, I want to say make a point. With the property on McDaniel Shore Drive, the something unique about that property could have been that they're using the same foundation, that's a unique situation that would justify the select board making a decision that a waiver is justified. Now, whether that's a good idea or not is the reason you all get paid the big bucks to make the decisions, because you went from a 1-story house to a 2-story house.
I went back and
expanded
looked at what it
space.
said in that PowerPoint under the RSA, and it talked about volume, so volume.
It's expanded volume, right? And so the whether the current owner of the property is not going to expand the use with that expanded volume doesn't mean that when the property is sold and a family of 6 moves into the property that the use won't be expanded. And so, yes, the difference with the previous applications is that they were asking for a waiver. So they didn't provide a scope of what they're going to do for the road. And I think, you know, the select board, while none of these decisions are precedent setting for the select board, it's important to know that staff take direction from the decisions the select board make and try to help advise applicants in the future about how to go about something. So if the select board, and this is something that I'm hearing, if the select board is likely to, if somebody just asked for a waiver and proposes to do nothing as an alternative, if the select board is likely to say, that's not acceptable, please come back to us and submit something more specific, then staff can explain that to applicants and say, listen, give them your best offer when you're making a waiver application, unless you want the process to extend on another few months. And unfortunately, the select board is going to have to make some tough decisions to set that, I'll call it precedent, but not precedent, but make it clear that there's expectations that applicants are going to meet the requirements of the policy. And I think that will help allow staff and applicants to have clear expectations of what the process will look like.
I would support that. I felt it was very painful to listen to that applicant take a very detailed approach to the variance, both at planning board and at select board, and had not come up with anything substantive.
Yeah, but at the same time, we asked at numerous occasions, even yourself did that, and he was not willing to come off that dime. He was staying on that no cost to me dime, as it appeared to me. You know, but the other part is that the more waivers we hand out on when it comes to the road, the more in jeopardy we put some of our staff, because and I won't mention the name of the road, but I have friends that live on a Class 6 road, and it's like playing checkers. You've got to turn around and try to avoid the potholes going down the road. And some of it, when you come to the curve, it's kind of a 4 or 5 foot slide down, you know, and you take one of our $500,000, $200,000 vehicles, you know, they're out there in emergency. So you'll get the ambulance or whatever have you. You know, if the police have to answer an emergency or a uncontrolled discussion between 2 people, I don't know the correct name, I forget what, you know, we're asking for it. So that's what that gentleman there, how I felt.
We need to do more specific guidance than.
Yes, I do think. So I'll continue the conversation with a couple of prompts maybe. So what I heard from the select board that changed the policy and turned it into this is that the expectation was that the responsibility was on the applicant. And I think it'd be important for the select board to reaffirm that if that's your position. Most specifically, probably with the road agent, because we are of great benefit to the town of Barrington that we have Mark Morrow as road agent, who has a tremendous depth of knowledge and experience with road construction techniques, improvement techniques, etc. He has 80 miles of town road to maintain. It's probably 2 full-time jobs to take care of the town's road of his responsibility. The application of the previous policy was a tremendous time sink for the road agent because he was going out and making specific detailed improvement requests for the select board to consider and attach. Put a culvert here, pitch this way, bring drainage that way, grade the lot to come this way. Now, incredibly valuable, right? I mean, that's great because they're getting free consulting from the town's road agent on their private road or class 6 road. In what I heard from the select board in setting this policy was that the road agent was reviewing a completed application and advising the select board at a high level, hey, this makes sense. Hey, this doesn't really make sense. So somebody proposes to add, and this was an application that came before the board. Somebody proposes to add, a few loads of gravel and grade the road just to meet the 10% and move on. And this actually happened behind the scenes, which, we talk about in a second. But what the road agent said is the road surface is fine. Adding gravel to the road isn't going to improve the road. That's the kind of feedback that the select board should have from the road agent, not a prescription of this is every way to improve the road. Now, what might come out of that is cutting trees would be better than adding gravel to the road, and they ended up bringing a proposal to cut $8,000 worth of trees, and their permit was issued. But if it's the select board's intention that the road agent isn't writing a prescription to how to improve every private class 6 road, I think you all should affirm that by making it clear so that the road agent's time isn't tremendously tied up hand-holding applicants or others with class 6 and private roads. What the policy says is the responsibility of the applicant to tell the town how they're going to improve the road. And so most of the time that should include a conversation with a road construction company. Maybe it's the one that the road association uses, maybe it's a third party that they bring in, and they have their own marks, right? They have their own estimators that'll come out and say, hey, to improve the road, you could do X, Y, and Z. And I think the policy was written in such a way that that is what is expected. And if the select board affirmed that, I think that would be useful. Or if you have different expectations from Mark as road agent, I think that would be useful as well.
Go ahead, please.
One of the reasons I got this 67441 was to, and I didn't, like I said, I only brought one, but is to incorporate much of this. It really helps us to, with our policy, if some of these items here were to be incorporated into our policy, because it goes right at what we're looking for is to get the roads up to a passable, more than passable standards, but up to standards. And it spells out that if we have a standard for a road, whether it be 12, 14, 16, this here backs us up and it makes it mandatory on us to put it in our policy and to move it forward. So that's why I would like to see that happen too.
Well, I would argue that is part of our policy that we, particularly the select board, has not followed. I would suggest that we say to our planners that unless there is some plan that these plans not go before even the planning board. And if they present something that's less than what we've suggested, less than 10%, for example, then I'd offer them a waiver if they can explain why it is they can't go the full route. How that would happen. But at least we got some part of our road fixed. Even if, I guess we should have said, here's a suggestion, why don't you pave McDaniel Road the whole way, make it 12 feet wide with 2-foot shoulders.
Well, you'd probably have to dynamite some things to get that to happen.
Well, yes, it might require dynamite, but I'm not sure that they're going to come in and dynamite it when our fire truck goes off the road and injures people and ruins a $500,000 piece of equipment. And yes, those are hard decisions. I don't like to tell people they can't do what they want with their property, but we do have some responsibility to the town. I think that we would follow that policy, that we don't even consider it until you've told us what you plan to do with this. Don't come to us and ask us what to do. You tell us what you can do, we'll see if that's okay.
And I think starting by reaffirming that the reason we're doing it is to ensure that the emergency vehicles can get through.
There's, in this, both of these are clear, is what a hardship is. A hardship only goes towards the property, whether you have rocks, boulders, or anything else on there. That's the only type of hardship. This gentleman here that we've seen be going on talked about, his $25,000 plus that was going to be his 10%. They were talking about that was his hardship. That's not a hardship that we are supposed to consider, But
That's helpful to hear.
yeah, so that's.
Another prompt, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Please.
to the point of making something not buildable. So, Ms. Cabello, you mentioned that without blasting, you wouldn't be able to do that. I think the way that this policy is written contemplates the fact that there is property in Barrington that probably cannot be built on.
So you're talking about somebody coming for new construction?
You could apply the same litmus test to somebody replacing a property, leaving the foundation otherwise. I mean, the policy doesn't treat any different a brand new dwelling on a vacant lot versus a building that's getting bigger. They're all category 3. The select board could consider them differently. You're able to make that subjective decision, but we can use as an example, new construction. So previously the select board has made it clear, not this select board, Select Person Bailey is the only one that was here during this process, but the select board has made it clear that the class 6 section of Swain Road, that the select board will not entertain new construction on the class 6 section of Swain Road until that's brought up to town standard. Mostly because it's the winter maintenance is terrible. We get calls every mud season, twice a year from residents who are outright afraid of the fact that they're trapped on their road. And because it's a class 6 road, the town can do nothing except in a true emergency to take care of that road. And so the select board has used their authority to say, we're not going to issue permits on this road until the road's brought up to the standard. Similarly, the select board made the decision on Castle Rock Road, which is a private road beyond a really steep grade transition. There's a town-owned property up there, which is why the conversation was facilitated. But I think the select board, I think as a prompt, it would be appropriate for the select board to contemplate now, without an application in front of you, if if you all understand and support that there might be properties that you hear from a police chief, the fire chief, or the road agent that tell you the access is so subpar that unless they spend the 10%, which is part of the policy, or make the road 16 feet 2 foot shoulders, that a permit shouldn't be issued. And being willing to make that decision is important. And it will have implications for the property owner and certainly other people that live beyond them that might want to build. Through this process, the far reaches of Longshore Drive, both fire and police, indicated that they cross their fingers when they go over that last hill in the winter and wonder if they're going to be able to get out. Beyond there is a perfect example of where we likely shouldn't be building new houses. And if the select board, when having the opportunity to, is willing to make the decision that we're not going to allow building on this lot because the road's in such poor condition, I think that's important for applicants and staff to know that that's a decision the select board's willing to make.
So are you saying we would actually need to sort of survey the town and figure out areas that just are not buildable right now?
You could do that. I would recommend doing it based on applications, just consider applications as they come forward, but somebody could make an application and during the review process, the select board could conclude that the access is so subpar to that property that the permit really shouldn't be issued. And the process results in, no, we're not willing to issue a permit.
We could say, if there is property that we look at it today, would not be buildable unless they do something on the road. And if they're willing to change the grade of the road, re-radius the hill, I
mean, there might be some advantage in doing that. People know well in advance, but.
Well, that's what their planning should be. If they want to go to a construction company, they buy a piece of property, and they go to a construction company, we'll say, okay, you have to bring the road up to this standard. Well, we can't do that. Well,
Right.
we can't
Or they
be
bought the property.
responsible for, we won't be responsible for allowing you to build in a place that we cannot service.
And something important to keep in mind is state statute makes it clear that they have no right to build on a class 6 or private road. And that's what 674-41 says. And that's, what's referenced right at the beginning of this policy. And, I know I sent out the NHMA presentation on building and improvements on class 6 and private roads. And what they say is that, the unfortunate reality in the state of New Hampshire, as how laws are written and everything like this, is it's the responsibility of the property owner to understand the constraints of their property. And so, I don't think, if we know there's places where the select board's not willing to issue a permit, I don't disagree that it'd be a good idea to get that information out there. But I also think that the policy was rewritten in a way to allow property owners to have limited exposure, financial or otherwise, coming forward to make an application. We used to require their approved septic plan and an approved site plan if the lot was less than an acre. But this application doesn't require any of that. If they need a variance, they don't have to have it by the time they come forward. So they can have the conversation with the select board. It's not a quick process, it takes a few months, but have a conversation with the select board after department heads and the planning board to come to the conclusion if this sitting select board deems their property buildable or not.
Yeah.
Going on with what Connor said too, is that, right now, I know our department heads turn around and I'll say it differently. Sometimes our department heads feel like the information they provide us is for naught. And at least if we change it and say, this is what we expect, and then when they do that for us, they don't feel that same way. I guess I'm trying to be out of trouble, but say it in the same way as it, so that, you know what I'm saying.
I think we have in the past ignored what our the appropriate officials have suggested to us.
Yep.
And they've been relatively quiet about that, but shouldn't have to be.
I noticed somewhere it says that applications will go to department heads. So, Mark makes his assessment of what's going on with an application in the class 6 private road. And then police, I noticed in the 3 we did, I think we had a police report on one of those. And then I don't think we had anything from fire and emergency services. So should that be consistent across each of these cases? How is that determined from town office perspective?
So all of the 3 departments are asked for comments on applications and are given the timeline to provide those comments, so it continues along the process. If the select board would like to communicate that it's your expectation to have feedback from each department head as part of an application, that's certainly would be valuable feedback to provide. But I think if what you're expecting is different than what they've provided before or are providing, I think that would be important also, which is one of the reasons about the road agent, because what I have told Mark is that the select board expects him to paint with a broad brushstroke, not go down the road and say, do this, 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 and that to make the road better. And so if the select board wants something different, let him know, and similar with the other department heads.
I suggest that we matter policy that if the applicant comes up with a plan to improve the road, it says it'll cost 10%, or if the whole road's fixed, then less than 10%. And then at that point, I think the road agent should say, yeah, that makes sense, or no, this isn't going to do it. I think that would be an appropriate use. I welcome Mark's comments on these too, and Rick's as well.
Right.
That they would, and Chief Joy too, because you guys can get into most every place, and I know
Yeah, I mean, if, you know, if the police department and fire and rescue said they don't really have much more to say than Mark, then that's fine. It just need to sort of know whose report to look for.
You do it on, but I would think that would be rather than someone coming to Mark and saying, well, what can I do to make this road appropriate? Again, I think we've said it in the policy and we've kind of ignored it. My own perspective is that the applicant needs to come with the plans. They need to set up the plan. They need to say what they're going to do. Our town officials can then say, is this adequate or not? I don't think all of us have the expertise to evaluate these, what they say, in some detail, but I know Mark, Rick, and George do know how to comment. Mark, you want to comment for us, please?
I see the building inspector's hands up also, if you're interested in hearing from
Okay.
him afterwards.
John, I see you too. Bring it on. Bring it on. Go ahead. A mess, how was that?
All the way around. Just by human nature, every building permit on a class 6 or private road is gonna generate a waiver. Just human nature. 10% of any building permit is a lot of money. And any one of you would fight it too. You know, it's just human nature. You're not gonna just say, okay, I'm gonna fork over 10% of $250,000 without a fight. It's not gonna happen. Everything's gonna end up a waiver. And I think where we're gonna run into trouble is if we get a situation where the conditions of the road are right so that we can legitimately and clearly use up that 10% beyond the shadow of a doubt, but we've cut somebody some slack over here previously, I think we're gonna get jammed up legally. I really think we're headed down a slippery slope. As it stands right now, every applicant is coming to me pretty much after they leave John Huckins' office. They're coming to me directly and saying, what do we do? And I can't tell them. I can't tell them. So I have to go down this road as a process of the application, take notes. Okay, yeah, this could stand to be improved. Oh, that's deficient over there. Okay, that culvert could stand to be replaced. And then I have to keep it right here and not tell them. I share it with you people, but I can't tell them. So they're kind of shooting in the dark. And it's just a long, drawn out process. It's frustrating for you guys because you got to spend so much time on it. Frustrating for the planning board because they got to spend so much time on it. Frustrating for the applicant because they got to spend so much time on it. And it's not really any picnic for me, Rick, or George either, but that's what we get paid for. I don't know an answer. I'm not, you know.
Gonna ask you for your solution.
On second thought, don't talk.
Yeah, just shut up and go sit down.
No, please do.
It's
Inappropriately.
but it's just, it's so cumbersome all the way around. And it leads to hard feelings, all the way around. And, you know, I've been frustrated with it. Rick has been frustrated with it.
Is there any reason that information can't be given to the applicant early on for ideas about how to improve the road? Or is it then putting too much on the road agent when it should be an independent
Well, technically, I'm not supposed to be offering any
Right.
advice on a private road.
So, and part of the problem is we haven't had an application that hasn't taken a squiggly path to get there, right? So the two applications Mark's looking at is waivers. And so he doesn't have any plan of improvement for the road to look at. So it reverts back to he's got to go out there and look at things on his own. One of the things that we met with staff after the 5 collective hours that we spent between the planning board and the select board talking about these things and saying, what can we do in the process to make improvements? One of the things that we added to the tracking sheet is that, so the process goes, they make the application, they submit it to the town, it's submitted to department heads for comment. Those comments are collected before it goes to the planning board. We added a step that those comments are sent back to the applicant before it's scheduled for the planning board. So if based on those comments, they want to make any changes, they can do it at that point,
Okay.
not go back through the process. So, I mean, that's a small thing that might help a little bit, but and we would do that in the case of waivers also. But if an applicant is making a waiver request and saying the road's fine and I don't need to do anything to it, Mark's comments should probably be pretty simple, that there are improvements that could be done to this road. And unless the select board's telling the road agent that you want those to be specific and prescriptive, then I would prefer Mark's energy and effort be spent on the roads that he's responsible for, than writing an improvement plan for the private and class 6 roads. But like Mark said, if the select board's expectation, which it has been in the past, is for the road agent to come up with an improvement plan, then it puts him in an awkward spot when, they come here and, what would Mark do what Mark said? Well, Mark painted the broad brushstroke that said, hey, there's improvements that could be done to this road, that, you could make improvements to this road. And there isn't a road in town that couldn't be improved. There's always forward progress you can make on roads.
And where it gets really sticky is not so much on the class 6 roads, because at least we have an ancient deeded right of way to work within to make these improvements. But when you get on the private road thing, it's private property. So that road is private property to begin with. And it's probably just a 12-foot easement, like my ex-house was a 12-foot easement, Flower Drive. That's all that was deeded. So if you go trying to tell people, well, you got to make a 16-foot wide with 2-foot shoulders, you're encroaching big time on somebody's private property, and they may not want you to do it. So it's a mess, very messy.
Well, then what it does, it ends up having us in a spot, say, well, all right, if we're going to have all these other actions from the applicant, we just disapprove it and say, no, we're not going to approve your building permit. So that's what's left for us, to make sure that safety is taken care of. Then what happens is they go to ZBA. They got to go to the ZBA, but then they got to have a little more detail and what have you, for the road would have you. And ZBA was, again, I'm going to get in trouble again. That's tough. But the ZBA, well, that's true. It went and kind of followed suit in the manner of speaking. Not totally, but in the manner of speaking, followed suit on the way things are back then, the way they were. They were kind of following suit, not making it too difficult, but adding somewhat difficulties that required by zoning to be put in there. So, Mark is telling us it's going to be a tough road to get everybody on the same boat to make Barrington a safer place to drive.
Yeah, it gets a little tricky if there's already been a building in a lot. They've gotten away with their 12-foot easement.
Right.
I think that was one of the problems we had on McDaniel Drive, is that he didn't own that road, the right of way.
Well, and there were 20, 30 houses
Well,
there.
exactly. But
He's
we
responsible.
do want some improvement in these roads. And I think one of the things, we made a policy, and now we see that there are some real problems in executing. And I think you have a concern that we didn't enforce the policy in the past if we suddenly go full board with that, then we do open ourselves up for some issues.
Correct in that we've only approved 3
I think
since
under
the policy.
on the other hand, but you know, you make new policies and then there are new rules here.
Right. Maybe not the biggest amount of precedent.
All right.
And the opinion of the town's attorney is that each decision is a subjective decision.
Right.
That doesn't mean somebody can't try to, sue the town to say, well, why'd you make him do this and me do that? But the opinion of the town's attorney is the statute makes it clear it's a subjective decision of the select board. It's good that you have a policy. It's important to follow the policy, which is honestly the select board in updating this policy didn't want to include a waiver process for the strict fact of what your road agent told you. If there's a waiver, everybody's gonna ask for a waiver. The problem is what the attorney said is there was a Supreme Court case in New Hampshire 2 or 3 years ago. And I forget the specific details, but that's not what matters. What the Supreme Court said is if you have a policy and you don't have a waiver provision, then you can't issue a waiver. And it defies logic because I said, well, it's the select board's policy. They can do whatever they want. It's their policy. And in New Hampshire, the Supreme Court's decision is that no, that's not the case. You need to have an established waiver procedure in order to issue waivers.
Otherwise, no waivers.
Otherwise, no waivers. And so we have a waiver provision, and the direction I got from the select board is to make it a thorough waiver provision in order to make sure that you are collecting a lot of information, not just check a box, I'm looking for a waiver kind of thing. So I don't know if you want to hear from the building inspector, or actually Rob's got
Yeah, John?
Rob had a question.
So where you're not able to provide advice on what would be good improvements, when they talk about using the construction companies and stuff that have all their gravel and things, do you think they're a suitable option, or are there consultants, or who would you recommend that they could go to find out what improvements should be made that aren't going to be biased based on someone telling them, oh, replace a culvert that doesn't need to be replaced just so that they can get money from it?
Well, they could hire an engineer to come down and do a study, but that would suck up the 10% right there.
It sounded like with some of these, they're trying to make up things to make improvements when they don't.
And that's ripe for the picking right there.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it ain't. I don't know. I mean, I guess you just gotta try and trust the people you're dealing with and hope that they're not gonna try and scam you. But here again, who's watching? I mean, if they come forward with a plan and a figure, okay, so now do I have to backtrack through what they say they're gonna do and figure out, okay, yeah, that's legit, or it isn't? So.
It'd be you and John.
Well, as the policy is written, if somebody submits a proposal to spend 10% on the road, the expected comments from the road agent are, yeah, that makes sense. No, that doesn't make sense. And, not with a finite line item by line item, but if somebody says that they're going to spend $20,000 adding 2 loads of gravel to the road, then Mark's going to look at that and tell you guys, no, that's not reasonable. And then to make sure the work's done, the policy indicates for the road improvement that evidence is provided to the building inspector, evidencing the amount of money spent, invoices, receipts, whatever, on these projects.
I don't think we're probably going to count $20 here, $100 there. If they've estimated it's going to cost about 10%, I don't think we're going to quibble a lot about specifics, but that's a decision that we need to make, not necessarily Mark.
And that's why the policy defines a scope, not a fee. I mean, the 10% is what the policy says that the scope should address, that they present a scope that indicates 10% worth of the building costs. But the decision the select board makes should not be spend this much money on the road. The decision the select board makes should be do these specific things, because those are, that's what you really want done. And so to your point, if it comes in $500 less than anticipated because there wasn't ledge where they thought there was going to be ledge, then okay, the scope was accomplished.
Know from other communities, for improvement requirements, is 10% standard? Is there, do we have anything else?
I would wager to say that Barrington makes this more complicated than every other community. So there's a few communities that have policies, but the problem is everybody recognizes how much of a pain in the neck building permits on Class 6 and private roads are. So the vast majority of communities fall into two categories. They don't issue any permits at all, or they issue permits with the least possible requirements, and that's just what's at 674-41. They still have to sign a waiver. It still has to be reviewed by the planning board. It still has to be approved by the select board. But no additional requirements, no improvement requirements. Just, hey, if you want to build out there, go ahead. But sign the waiver and make it clear that you don't expect emergency services to be out there. There are a handful of communities, and I've probably talked to all of them, that have policies, and all of them wanted this one because they want something that's prescriptive that goes to that goal, but it's
They could beta test it for us.
it is, but it's such a challenge to apply it because you're forced to make decisions to look somebody in the face and say you can't build on your property, and that's a difficult decision to make. But the bigger picture problem is, especially in Barrington, we have so many small camp roads that were only ever seasonal roads that now there's more and more year-round population on there. And if the select board does nothing and doesn't try to have incremental improvements on these roads, the residents of those roads are not likely to make substantial improvements just because the cost is so high. And in the time it takes, there'll probably be legislative action to make all private and Class 6 roads public and town maintained. That seems a more likely result in all of these roads than fixing it through policies like these. But I think what you've heard previously from the fire chief and otherwise is that we can't sit on our hands. We can't do nothing. And so, yeah, there aren't a lot of other examples from communities. The attorneys from the New Hampshire Municipal Association will tell you not to issue any permit on a Class 6 road. The town's attorney would advise to either just issue them or not issue them at all because it's not easy. But there are so many properties on Class 6 and private roads in Barrington. And, if you're not going to issue any permits, are you going to tell somebody whose house is falling apart that they can't renovate it, that they can't fix it? That defies logic. Are you going to tell somebody that bought a lot next to their aunt, 50 years ago, and their aunt's been living there, and now they want to build a cottage next to their family member, which is similar to what happened on Gillette Road? You're going to tell them that they, can't build on this lot that they've, had in the family for however long? Not saying it's easy, but maybe John has sage input.
One question, would we say that we won't provide emergency services?
I don't think our police chief and fire chief are willing to do that.
I don't think I'd like to do that, but could you do it?
I think that's a hard thing.
Well, I'm sure you would. Sure.
And thank you for that kindness.
Say, I wouldn't want to make that rule, but I ask if we could.
Hampshire way to help your neighbor.
That's right. Put free and die. John had a comment, unless you go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just one more, and I might be taking John's thunder away from him, but would a flat fee instead of a percentage be a little easier and cause a lot less heartache? Just throwing it out there.
Let's see if that was John's comment.
I actually had a couple of comments, but I'll start with that one in line just because it's been brought up. The idea of 10% isn't always fair because a person building a $500,000 house on the lake has to pay $50,000 into the road, and someone that's putting a mobile home out there has to put $10,000 into a road when they have the same impact. So that would be the argument for having a fee that as a flat fee going in. And I think if it's a justified flat fee, that's a reasonable price. Then that one with the camps, the real small camp was only $8,000. Most of these are going to be 20 something to 30 something $1,000. And it's not going to be the 8,000 like that first group agreed to because they were just building a little small camp. But that's one thought. The other one was the idea of telling them what to do on the road and not what to do on the road. Rick has brought up many times that the services that are needed out there and the issues on the road in certain spots, we already know where they are. There was even discussed earlier in this meeting about not going down over that last hill, going down into Long Shores because the hill was so bad. So with that said, the idea of we already know what the issues are in these roads, but we won't tell the people what those issues are. So they can say, here's the issue we'll try to fix. We tell them you come up with something and then we're going to tell you no is kind of redundant. And that's the frustration that Mark has. And that's the thing that people are always upset with me of, because I went and got the quote. I get this thing coming forward. I'm telling you what I want to do because you're telling me that's what I got to do. And then when I give it to you, you say, no, you can't do that. You got to do something else. And of course, being the front guy, I'm the one that takes the beating on that. So I think it would be more upfront if we looked at these roads. I actually talked to the guys out on Longshore Drive because they called me up about something last week where they were saying they know their roads. They would like to have some input into it. And as I tell them, every time someone comes on a road that has a road association, I encourage them to go talk to the road association before they even make some kind of an estimate of what they want to do, because the guys on them road associations know what the issues are in their roads and they know what needs to be fixed. So then it would be done by them and not have the town personnel involved until they make their thing coming forward. But let's say the road association's worried about some spots in the road that really it needs work, but the real issue is a drainage issue, which Mark could point out. And it's like, no, fix the drainage over here. The other issue goes away, you know? So there's a point where you have that expertise and be able to not use it up front kind of seems not normal to me. It's like, if you got the expertise and you're going to put the time into it anyways, why not do it up front? I mean, Rick has made that comment many times. We know where the issues are. Let's tell them what to fix. And I guess I think you got it from Mark, and you can probably hear it in my voice. We're the ones that are trying to implement this, and we have total frustration because trying to give someone direction, usually you get a pretty good feel to how a board's going to react, so you can give them some forwarding advice. But now everybody's telling me, why should I offer to do anything? The board waives everything. And so that's not happening. The other thing about saying you're not going to get a building permit if there's an issue with the road and we can't get that mix, or we can't make it possibly come to that 16-2-2, it's not just the new person going in there that you need to think about. What you need to think about is all the other people that are already down there. If you're not getting the systematic upgrades to the road, you're actually making it worse for them. You know, you really should be looking at, even if we're not making it perfect, we're making it better. So even if you only get $5,000 or $10,000 or whatever you come up to into the road, and each time it happens, the road's getting better for all the people that already live there, not just for the people that are going out there. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm venting, but you know.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, Jen.
Somebody,
Yeah. Go ahead. We heard you. That may be it. We could change the policy to set a fee. You don't know what you think is reasonable.
we should
I'd
use,
say,
we should use the statement up to, when we figure out how much money we want to do. So we can put a limit to up to this much here.
if we could say up to $10,000, if you're building a $500,000 house, probably 10,000 is much. If you're putting an $8,000.
Right, that's why the
Right.
flat
Then
fee and
then it goes back to the 10%.
But then we get, well, yeah, we could then waive. That is a place for a waiver.
well, I think we should create a policy with that we're not going to expect to waive.
Could say $10,000 or $10,000 or 10%, whichever is less.
That would work, as it was brought up to us about an individual that buys a mobile home, because that's what they can afford, and now you're gonna ask them to spend an additional 10, just don't have that. But I understand where everybody's saying. It's the safety of our bridges we gotta take care of. Don't do what we've been talking about, allows us to just turn around and do nothing. or not approve any of permits. No permit, boom, it's all over.
That doesn't address
No, I know it does.
address all the houses we
Yeah,
have on
that's
class 6 roads.
Good. So another point
Well-
of view here?
Oh,
I said I was gonna stay out of this.
Oh, you did.
Because it's really irritating to me. But the other side, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate to the set fee. And the problem is, you know, you can, and I'll just use Longshore Bear River Road. Them roads are over a mile long. So if they're gonna put if you're telling them that they gotta put $5,000 or $6,000 into that road, chances are you'll spend more than $5,000 or $6,000 to grade that road. And the point being is if they're building 2.5 miles in, they may need to spend $10,000 or $12,000 in gravel to get that road so it's even reasonably passable. If you've got a road that's relatively short and only got 3 or 4 houses on it, obviously you're not going to spend that kind of money. So to put a flat fee is counterproductive to me. And again, if somebody that's building a $750,000 mansion on Swains Lake, if they're building a $750,000 mansion, they can afford the 10% fee. And I think the bigger problem is going to be the person that is trying to build an economical home on a road and adding this fee. But again, the idea for this was so that we could safely get emergency vehicles in. And the frustration that I have is that this is your policy, and at the end of the day, you get to decide. And I'm okay with that, but I'll stand here all day long and say that if you're not going to listen to the road agent and the fire chief and the police chief, and we tell you, no disrespect to the building inspector, but we're the ones that got to get that $750,000 fire truck down that road at 2 o'clock in the morning. If you're not going to listen to what we tell you we want you to do, then don't waste our time asking us to go look at this. Come up with it yourselves and say, this is what we want you to do. And I'm okay with that. I respect that path of the 5 of you. It's your job to make that decision, and I respect that. But I don't want to spin my wheels when I've seen time and time again that the board has not taken seriously what we've asked to have done. And I'm not saying this board because this is a new board, but certainly the past history, the last 20 years I've been doing this, all of the boards have not been supportive of emergency services when it comes to this issue. And that's why the frustration is there, because when the road agent or the fire chief says, I want this, this, and this, and you guys say, no, that's too much. We're not going to require that. We're the ones that say after that.
of course, you'd have to, I'll be frustrated too. Say we say 10% and the person's going to build $100,000 on Longshore Drive. $10,000 isn't going to fix Longshore Drive.
Correct.
It may help a little bit, but a little bit at the beginning of this. So
The bigger issue is that, and I'll use a class 6 road, and I'll use Orchard Hill as a perfect example. There is no God-given reason in my mind why the Board of Selectmen didn't tell that individual the town would own land up the right side that abutted his property. Now, I get it, that the landowners on the left-hand side of the road are not obligated by state law. He was gonna go in and cut trees and establish ditch lines, and the way the state law is written, them abutters didn't have to allow him to do that. If the town went in and cut them trees, we could do that, but he couldn't cut them on that side of the road. But this was a perfect example of a case where the town could have said to him, you can cut the trees on our side of the road, you can certainly cut the trees on your side of the road, you can in effect take Orchard Hill and move it so many feet to the right so that we could get our 20-foot road and go up through there. And what the Board of Selectmen did was that that's unreasonable because somebody built beyond him. So we're not gonna make him do it. And so, again, you know, what happened in the past happened in the past. You know, that was just extremely frustrating because the Board of Selectmen had the opportunity to make that individual bring the road up to what fire chief felt was reasonable to get in and out of there. And they said no. And so I get it. You're going to run into times, but the impetus should be on them before they can buy a piece of land on a private road or class 6 road to understand. Maybe you put in your application, you got to do the research and tell us how wide the road is. Then you know what you got to work with. If you only got 12 feet to work with, you got 12 feet to work with. But, you know, it's, again, my frustration comes back to 20 years of this, and it's been different boards all along. But at the end of the day, there's really not been a lot of support for what we were trying to accomplish, which in effect is make sure that we can get into these places year round.
Wish I'd been on the board 3 years ago, then I wouldn't have to be responsible. Making a new policy.
But people in the Longshore Drive is a perfect example. Making, you know, if somebody wants, you know, sometimes, I guess my point is sometimes the 5, you do have to stand there and say, if the fire chief or the police chief or the road agent comes in and says, you really shouldn't allow somebody to make corrections because it's not going to be safe, then to me, your decision, sometimes you're going to have to make that tough decision and say, no, we're just not going to issue you a permit. But the other side of that is using that big, long, bad hill on Longshore Drive as an example. Maybe they can work with the road association, and that money goes to the road association is specifically earmarked to make road improvements. Maybe it's paving it or getting more pavement on there so that, you know, we're trying to take the tough part out. You know, I'll stand here all day long and say that I don't think it's reasonable to say that because that hill's so bad that and it's tough to get an ambulance in and out of there, or a police cruiser in and out of there, or a fire truck, especially in the wintertime when it's snowing and stuff, that in itself is enough reason not to allow people to build a house out there. But perhaps what you're doing is saying that money gets earmarked to this, and when they get adequate money put away, they can, that's a project of the association to make sure that stretch of road is paid. You're 100% correct. We'll never ever fix it. Because in order to perfectly fix it, there has to be adequate money to make sure it's graded 3 or 4 times a year. And, you know, that, again, we don't have the ability to do that, but we do have the ability to, we need to look at things, and we need to work with some of these roads to put turnarounds in. Some of these, you know, we took a fire truck down Hemlock Drive a year ago for a call at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. And I drove that truck all the way to the end of the road looking for a place to turn around. It was the middle of the winter. There were snowbanks, the driveways were narrowed up, and I backed that truck up for over a mile out onto a main road. You know, thankfully, I've driven truck enough years that I was able to do that. There were other people I had in the truck that were in the truck with me that wouldn't have been able to do that. And that's, in my mind, it's not reasonable, it's not acceptable. There needs to be places to get either a fire truck or, more importantly, the UPS truck and the FedEx truck, and they're going to use them roads far more than we are. So they need turnarounds as well. And those are the things that we should be looking at for long-term improvements. But again, I don't think you can come up with a perfect formula, but I don't agree with the rate of flat fee, because a flat fee will get more on them. You got a 2.5 mile road, that flat fee's not gonna get you much work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks.
Appreciate the fire chief's comments. One thing I want to say is one of the things we considered was about, setting money aside. The structural problem with that is that none of these road associations are properly established. And the attorney's opinion is that it's not appropriate for the town to tell an applicant to write a check to some informal organization to put in an escrow account that the town has no control over, can't get involved with. It's a great idea. These road associations should be doing this, but I don't think that's something that we can do with this policy.
That's true. Some places don't even have road associations.
Correct.
Some of the roads don't even have road associations. Many, and probably most of them, it's a very informal deal.
It could be so much more effective for improvement if you could do that, though. Because
Yeah.
all these little patches with what someone can afford doesn't result in a comprehensive, bigger fix.
So there's a bill before the legislature right now that aims to help solve this problem. And what it does is it sets up almost like it requires developers to set up a private road maintenance trust fund when a private road is established. And the private roads that are being created now aren't as much of a problem because they have a properly established road association. When you own all the property, you can put covenants on all the lots, you can create the road association. The roads we're dealing with don't have that problem. And so how much is it going to make things better? Probably not a whole lot, but the legislature is trying to do something to help address it. But
All right, so where are we at here?
so do you want to make any changes? Do you need any changes to the process? Do you need any more information to make decisions?
Well, I think I'm hearing we all affirm that the purpose of this is to get our emergency vehicle.
Right.
That's the primary purpose of this.
To improve the roads to
Well, but that's secondary, right? Yeah.
to accomplish that purpose and begin that process. I think probably the biggest single issue is the 10% rule. How much money is appropriate to have one person? But the other problem is that a lot of these Class 6 and private roads have more than one house already established there. And then are we asking this new person to come in, build a house to fix the road for all 2, 3 in the case of?
Well, I think in most cases, the 10%, if we stay with the 10%, it won't fix that road for everybody. It will just be an upgrade.
Well, but an upgrade improves the road for everybody.
If you look at 10%, and as mentioned earlier, that these kind of the people that come before them, if you take some of these people that move here, and if they should have children, or if they should be, in a case like myself, old and getting feeble, gonna need to fire, well, these people that came before already paid for all of this. So if you come in and just plop yourself down and without having paid for some of this structure that was already there for you to enjoy, I don't think that's right. I think we should maintain the 10% as to help increase the road.
Yeah, many of those people didn't pay much to improve the road. They didn't improve the road at all.
But they also get no more arguments. I understand where you're coming from, and I just think that if they're coming here to enjoy our town and to use what we have here already, all the taxpayers and the renters that have paid their money in over the years have put something forward to this.
I suggest that we keep the 10%, we not go with a flat fee. We try to figure out how to make this an easier process for our town staff people. And that applicants must come in with their own expertise or hire it or whatever to come up with a plan before they come in. That the select board expects, and the planning board expects that they come in with a road plan.
Some sort of plan.
And then we'll help figure out whether that meets our standards. And that, I mean, I think we're mostly saying I don't think we can probably say this, but we're not going to give very many variances. We think this is a good solution, and we don't see how many people wouldn't meet the requirement to use 10% of the cost of their improvement to improve the road.
Capiello, I think, said it pretty nicely. We don't really have to change anything. We don't have to change the policy. No vote required. I think we need some consensus in trying to follow the policy or change the policy. So if we're willing to change the policy, I guess we can do that. But otherwise, I think we have to confirm that we're going to support that.
I for one, that's what the policy.
Situation that they had started the process, construction and permitting and all this before this policy was adopted, and then COVID hit and everything. Was that one of the considerations? Was that accurate that this came halfway through their project, and so it was an unexpected?
Well, I think that was part of it. All the previous policy was that the whole road had to be.
And this is where,
This is less, this policy in some ways is less restrictive than the policy we had in the past.
The other one had you step from the start to so many feet past your property line. That would have been.
but part of the problem is and you heard the frustration from the building inspector. He's the one that meets with all these applicants, and he tries to give them a real life understanding of what to expect from the select board. And even though the old policy requires 16 feet 2 and 2, the select board never applied it that way. And so the building inspector explained to applicants that under that old policy that, hey, the road agent's going to make some recommendations. You'll have to make some improvements, adjacent to your property, fix any damage to the road, but that's what's been done in the past. And so even though that was the policy that, and that's likely the conversation he had with Mr. Mosier. If the select board is concerned about projects that are in progress. I mean, Mr. Mosier started his project, what did he say, 3 years ago?
In 2019.
Right. And so by that litmus test, there are likely a dozen to dozens of projects that are in process. And so if the select board intends to consider as a hardship the fact that the policy changed when somebody started the project, how are you measuring that, right? Hey, I had a meeting with the builder and he told me X, Y, and Z. And so I've been setting money aside for the last 3 years to be able to afford X. And now I have to add 10% to that. Well, that wasn't the policy when I started setting money aside,
But the way it's written, that's not part of the example that could be considered as a hardship. Although we do know it is a hardship.
It's for the select board to decide, right?
Yes.
But maybe we would say going forward, we would not consider that.
No, we're not supposed to.
But I guess I would like to ask each select board person, would they be okay going forward of not considering those kinds of things if they're not in the policy?
But if I may,
Go ahead.
just, if you look at the very beginning of our policy, it makes reference, it says under authority, the first says RSA 674-41. Now, when I was saying things earlier, I had missed that.
Mm-hmm.
And now I just happened to see it because I wanted to see if it was there, and it's right there in the beginning. So it holds us 674-41. That's all. I hope that answered. That's how I feel when I answer your question, to say yes.
There are waivers and there are reasons that this may be an unreasonable burden. I And those are, and we have a policy to consider those things. But I think the subjective decision in some cases. But I think that we should, in general, in basis, they have to have some plan for improving the road, or we'll consider it. Now, if they can't afford, there's a reason why they can't afford 10%, we could at least consider that.
I'm not sure I would agree with that. It says the spirit of the policy has to be observed. So the spirit of the policy is to make sure we can get emergency vehicles to your house, and we have to improve the road. And I don't see how I could give a waiver very often.
Probably right. I think we want to be careful that we don't completely cut off
Yeah, I'm not sure we can probably do that.
waivers. That's,
Yeah, we're not asking for any change, we're just gonna go over this here, and then they can come forward and we discuss the waivers. When we get here. That's the policy, still allows us to do, we're not gonna change that. You know. Because you have some valuable insight on some of these things, and I think we all need to consider that.
so I think though the frustration that Rick and Mark and John and George have said that we kind of ignore what they think, and to this point we've waived practically everything.
Well, we've had 3 applications and we waived.
Well, it's gone
Oh,
beyond that.
okay, with this board.
Past. Yes, this board's only had 3 come before.
I feel like I'm still cutting my teeth on these.
No. But it happened before. Yeah.
You know, similarly, when the board was asked to consider reducing the price to sell a landlocked piece of land, and we were all like, well, they should have known about the title fees, and so we're going to hold firm, and now we're stuck with a piece of landlocked land and less $40,000. So, you know, I was uncomfortable with, and I was asking, you know, what leeway do we have to actually go against an existing policy? But it was very wishy-washy. So be on the same page, and I think we are. That we can just stick with the policy as is.
Sometimes there's a right of way given too, and if somebody is unscrupulous, they could turn around on the next deed, not put that right of way as it appeared in the deed before. So there are some instances where people have done that in the past. So it's how the research is done too, the landmark piece.
So Chairman, where are we?
I think we have a general agreement that we think the policy is acceptable. The question is how strictly we enforce it and how free we are with giving the waivers that are part of the policy. And so I think basically, we're asking each of us to make our own decision on what could be waived, excuse me. It's policy, but that there should be very few waivers.
That's the only way this works. If we feel there should be very, very few waivers given. Otherwise, I think the policy doesn't work.
Exactly. I would agree with you. I think that's where we are.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But I think we don't want to change the policy.
So we're reaffirming the policy as
Right.
it stands.
Taking our own pledge that
But does that give enough support to the town staff in how we proceed?
I hope so.
well,
I mean, it's more
that's a
than,
decision we have to individually make, I think, of doing that. Are we committed to supporting our staff?
Mhm.
We say we are, but there are times when we do may have to vary. We have to vary some of this policy. That should be much more rare than it has been in the past.
But the other thing too is that we can always fall back, and the point is that this is not as strict as the original policy. Gentlemen,
No, that's
so, because if he looked at the policy when he first started, that means he has to do the road from the beginning. And when he gets in that curve, and if he takes it to the curve in the road, I mean, that's a lot of, that's more money than the 10%.
Simply state policy and you can't do anything.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, yeah.
So we're actually being pretty lenient.
okay. I think we've beaten this to that. Yeah, Rick, you were gonna, please.
I thought putting the microphone away would prevent.
Yeah.
I'm less worried about that. I don't want to look at his ugly mug, but I'm like,
Nice try.
yeah.
All right, Rick.
Really what I'm looking for, I'll speak only for myself, is that if we're going out and looking at something, if I'm talking to the person who wants to build a house, or the road agent is, or John Huckins is, I think it is important that when John Huckins says, this board typically doesn't give waivers, you're gonna have to meet this requirement, that's, in order to not make John look bad.
Right.
That has to be what it is. And along the same thing as the road agent looks at it and says, we need this, this, and this. And I would offer up that when it comes to a waiver, if a person comes to you and in writing says, I want a waiver because the fire chief has said that the road has to be paved from the very beginning all the way to the end, and that's not reasonable, which I would agree it isn't reasonable, that rather than getting into a discussion in a public meeting and putting the road agent or the building inspector or the fire chief or whichever department that it is that they're requesting a waiver for because they think that something's inappropriate, that has to be filed ahead of time in writing so the board can meet with the department head and say what's reasonable here, so that it's not putting that department head on notice that, and maybe you'll have to, if the developer comes in tonight and says, I want a waiver because I don't agree with what the road agent said. Okay, we're gonna take this under advisement. Give us your request in writing what you think is unreasonable with him, and we're not gonna make a decision tonight. We're gonna meet with the road agent. We're gonna see if there could be a change here, and we'll come back in 2 weeks and make a decision. When you're not putting the road agent on the spot and forcing him to maybe something he doesn't agree to or meet. That's.
Yeah, but
And
we're all, sorry.
I think that we should do that, but, and John and Mark and whoever's involved need to say that you're not gonna get, you have an objection to this, you're not gonna get a decision from the select board the day you want it.
Correct. And that does give time for the board, town administrator, and the department heads involved to sit down, and maybe there is, and maybe the road agent can go look at it and say, okay, I'm okay if we'll give the waiver here, but we'll do something different here, but don't put somebody on the spot. That's me.
Yeah.
Just remember, we do all this under a public hearing. Say they're all gonna be here anyway, so that takes care of it. I mean, that's,
But it should give,
I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you 100%, but we're still gonna, all this will come out in public hearing when they come before us.
Not necessarily, because if they say that they say Rick has it in for me,
right.
then that becomes a discussion. It's in reputation and.
All I'm saying is it gives it probably will affect me less than it might the road agent or probably the road agent would be the one that would get it the most. Because I don't think it's fair to public meeting and say they're requesting a waiver and the road agent's not prepared to discuss that. So I think that for any waiver, you just make it clear to them that, okay, we're gonna table this, we'll meet with the department heads that it involves, and we'll reschedule a public hearing for 2 weeks.
I mean, that, does everyone agree with that? That we would just direct
I think.
the applicant to come up with the right wording, but
Well,
the
I
spirit
think
of
what,
it.
I think what you're talking about is when there's a disagreement on what
yes,
you say should happen and what the applicant says should happen, but that we need to
We've been
have that
all the time.
hashed out
They don't
first.
want to spend money.
I mean, my frustration was last week when you said to the guy, you gotta, 2 weeks ago, you need to spend $28,000 on this road. And, you know, he came back and the people that were on the road came back and said, no, we don't really just need to spend this much money on this road. And the 5 of you went, okay. That was frustrating to me because I'm thinking, wait a minute, you know, yeah. And it's water over the dam, but I hope going forward that that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Okay, have we beaten this one to death here? Now can we take the microphone away? Rick? Mark? You want- Okay. All right, shall we move on to financial analysis? I think you
please.
wrote that up very nicely. Is there any questions for today?
In the interest of brevity, I'll just be available to answer any questions.
I will say it's great to see the pages numbered. A lot of paperwork that comes through and don't have page numbers. I'm glad.
And, yeah. I think everyone, including the ABC, weighed in and agreed that this is pretty, looks like a good place. Employment compensation, labor market economy discussion. We've already had a comprehensive compensation study. I think what we were, but realized that a lot of things have changed in the job market since 2019. And that at this point, we're underpaying our employees, probably or possibly underpaying all of our employees, at least some of them compared to some communities around. Whether those are an accurate representation of apples and oranges or not. One of the proposals, I think, is that we should think about at least studying the wage part, compensation, not changing the classifications and step phrases, but rather to basically look at the dollar numbers that are attached to each of these. That's, I think, what you were proposing.
Yes.
Well, I have to agree with you. You know what my stand is on this one from before is that we're losing too many of our people to other towns because they outbid us. I mean, I can't see a reason why we shouldn't do it as a select board, is to maintain the safety for the town. Because how long does it take to get an employee up to speed? Depends upon what department he is, and then by the time he's up to speed and ready to go, he's off and running somewhere else because he's got his time requirements from the other town or wherever he's gonna go. And we lose out again. We start all over again.
And it's costly.
Yes, we do. I mean, and I remember the fight I had to try to get the second police officer to do the midnight shift. We were running one officer for so long, everybody didn't want to do it, but we worked, you know, my mouth didn't stop. So it just, and finally things got changed. I mean, so we need to look at that for this here to maintain what we have. Thank you.
Other thoughts?
I think it's a good idea.
Did you say you had an estimate, Connor, for the cost to do an upgrade?
No, nope. But I, with the direction of the select board, I will solicit that so we can decide a direction moving forward. We paid $15,000 the last time around for the comprehensive study, which covered wages, benefits, reclassification. I suspect that the scope would be much narrower. What I've proposed is a narrower scope simply to update the wage component. And so I expect it to be less than 15.
This come from the incident fund, or is it some of the discretionary fund, or is it budgeted?
It's not budgeted. No, this isn't. Performing the wage analysis would not be something that we budgeted during the 2022 budget process. Either the incident fund or, whether it's the ARPA funds or other surplus funds in the budget, pretty small price tag. Expected.
Do we need to wait for a price, or knowing that it's going to be something below that?
Yes, we would wait to make a decision.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could inquire.
Yeah, so that's, yes, that's the direction I'm looking for tonight.
So I'll make a motion that Connor investigate what it will cost to initiate this study.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor. Very good. Waste management.
Continue that conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had more.
No, I was just going to say, look forward to continuing that conversation. Yes, thank you.
We do too.
Yes.
Okay. Water waste management inflationary cost request. I think, again, had the chance to look at
LaChapelle.
LaChapelle's letter. And I think you've had the opportunity to go through his reason. I think 3% increase. I think this is a good idea to see what else waste management is doing, and perhaps we could have Mr. LaForge come and we can talk, see if we can reach a number. I think the concern was we have a contract, but at the end of the contract, which one is the contract in?
2026.
Next year, it's pretty reasonable, and then it goes up.
Right.
Sharper increase.
The end of 2026.
Do we have any excerpts from that gentleman that came here a couple of years ago and talked about the facilities in Massachusetts and surrounding states that were stopped by the state? They no longer have the transfer stations or facility to dump their trash. I remember that quite notably, he said that these places are closing. So, I mean, we can get a contract at 3%. I think that's going to pay us because, as the chair has said, if it expires in a couple of years, then we're going to be really getting stuck that way there. So I don't think it's going to be 3%.
So what I'll say is that we have the town and waste management have a great relationship. We are fortunate to have one of their facilities so close. We pay a lot less in hauling and tonnage than a lot of other communities. I think what you're talking about, the select person Bailey, is the waste management, solid waste crisis in New Hampshire, which exists. And it's something that we're all going to be impacted by. Fortunately, we have a contract which helps us a little bit. But you're hearing from waste management that they need it to continue to be mutually beneficial so that they can continue operating and offering the services. And I think it behooves the town to work with waste management because they are a good partner. I know Erin's on, and she may have started talking to other communities. I've heard from some of the other administrators and managers that waste management has requested a 10% increase from them. And so my recommendation, as indicated in my report, is that we invite Mr. LaChapelle here to have a conversation with the board because the community has a right to understand a decision making. If the select board, this is a contract that was approved by voters at town meeting. The select board is going to add something on top of that, which is what waste management is asking for. I think everybody has a right to know why and the details. Hearing that straight from Mr. LaChapelle, I think makes sense.
Doesn't the contract, the clause, the force majeure that says that in unforeseen circumstances, they have the right to increase the prices for disposal and hauling? And I mean, they're doing a courtesy by sending us this letter. They could just increase the prices.
I don't disagree. Oh, yeah, increase the
Yeah.
prices, and if we don't like it, we could leave the contract and what?
Yeah.
It's an excellent point. No, I mean, I think I think it's worth having the conversation for that exact reason.
Can you imagine everybody in town having a burn barrel in their backyard? I mean, a barbecue would not make it outside.
Okay.
All right.
So
Seems,
maybe we can ask him to attend the meeting.
Great. Okay,
Good.
we'll do that.
Okay, reports and concerns. Capiella.
planning board. So the most recent planning board meeting, there were no applicants because it was a meeting to only look at updates of subdivision ordinances. So the last planning board had spent a lot of time of looking at policies that needed to be updated and then giving reasons why it needed to be updated. So we spent the entire meeting going through that, and we were able to get through it all. There weren't substantive changes to any of their proposals.
Those requirement warrant articles.
The planning board regulations, they have a public hearing scheduled on May 17th. So they'll hold that public hearing and hopefully be able to make a decision after that.
Okay. Mr. Gibson.
Thursday, April 14th, the Conservation Committee met. They discussed Richardson's Dam, the Ayers boat launch. They're working on a proposal, or Ayers Lake Association, Ayers Lake Association is working on a proposal that we'll see at some point here. And they're working with the planning board on the planning board's master plan. And they talked a little bit about the expansion of Round Pond in Rochester to raise the water levels there. Next conservation meeting is this Thursday. I'll be there. And Saturday is the Town Lands Committee.
Round Pond, the one that's
Rochester Water Supply.
I don't. Jim. Not here, but thing from the library or back.
Well, George will do library.
Well, we had a great meeting in the library. And, well, it was talking about the flower sale coming up, plant sale coming up, and I have to apologize. Those notes are sitting right next to my computer, so I wouldn't forget them.
It's usually early June, usually the first Saturday.
Yeah, and I said, and they have some tremendous sales. If anybody has some that they want to volunteer, you can contact them and drop them off. Next meeting I went to was the ZBA. CBA held elections, positions on the board, and the new chairman is Tracy Hardikoff, and the vice chair. And after that happened, we had two individuals that resigned. And so right now we're at a position of three individuals. And it will be making it tough to make a decision because we have to give the applicant a chance to understand that if one says no, it doesn't pass. And so we're looking for volunteers to come and fill those other two positions. We only had one case to discuss, and that was continued, so we're on our way for next meeting. And they meet on the third Wednesday of the month, and the library meets third Tuesday of the month. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. You've heard pretty much the school board questions, the ABC, review the financial. The transfer didn't meet, but we did get our, I think we made our first metal shipment based on our new metal contract. I believe that probably is going to. Baron has any comments? And you're in there, but you don't raise, she's raised her hand. Please.
Were you asking how much we've received?
Yeah, I didn't get the number, but I understood we gave more than it cost us.
Yep, so we, on really the first kind of initial one, we received $315 in metal revenue. It was 510, but we subtracted our trucking fee.
Right. So making more money than we're losing on that. Discuss. Thank you, Aaron. Anything else? Have you? You raised or lowered your hand, so we'll assume not. Okay.
I did get dates for Pete LaChapelle. He is available on the 9th and the 23rd of May.
9th and 23rd.
So just
9th.
note.
9th would probably be better than sooner rather than later. Thank you.
It's decided.
Easy. Okay. Second comment.
Could I just did we go through D, E, F? Under new business? Did we do the Conservation Commission memorandum of agreement?
On the consent agenda.
That was all in the consent. Okay, great.
Public comment, limited to 3 minutes. If you're online, you can raise your hand. We'll call for you. If you're on telephone, it's *6. If you'll dial in and unmute yourself, and you can recognize the conversation. Aaron, anyone, first in person, anyone here have any other public comments? Seeing none. Ms. Paradise.
Good evening. I just wanted to give you a quick update on our annual roadside cleanup that happened this past Saturday. Once again, the weather cooperated for us, thankfully. We had approximately well over 100 volunteers who came out to help clean off the roadsides in Barrington, and we did hit our goal, which is, I guess if you could look at it as in a sad way, but we did receive 317 bags of garbage that were picked off roadsides. That doesn't include numerous metal objects, 2 tires, a TV, and some random other items. But I would just really like to thank all the volunteers from inside, outside, everywhere who make this possible. And it really is, it was a proud day to see everybody. I mean, there was a lot of people activity on Facebook saying, for those who didn't participate, they were cheering on those picking up. So kudos to Barrington and everybody who helped. And, I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Nice job organizing it. Any other public comment?
From the recreation director, the fishing derby is the only thing we want to put on the calendar since Select Person Sakosha wasn't here. So that's on May 21st, and it starts at 7 a.m. and it's at the pond at Christmas Dove property down at 9125. So community's information.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Motion to go to non-public personnel reputation.
I'd like to make a motion to go to non-public meeting for the discussion of legal
Personnel reputation.
personnel reputation that will be discussed. Will we be coming back out?
Of course, we have to.
Okay, we'll be coming back out after that meeting.
Second to that motion?
Second.
We have a second, Mr. Gibson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We will go into non-public. Thank you for being here. If you want to wait outside, we'll be happy to come and get you. Okay, we should be in open session.
Yes, you are.
We're on. I would entertain a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public session.
Indefinitely to avoid adversely affecting the reputation of those discussed.
So moved.
All in favor?
There needs to be a second. Was there a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, you got that. I'll second that.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.